check, check, check. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Doing an audio check from the winner's circle. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
First of two qualifiers entered the track. In the first, number 1, Wilbur with Von Doyle. Me and the Boys 2, Corey McPherson. Blue Pharaoh is the 3 with Adam Murner. You Know Nanny, number 4, Brody McPhee. All Day Press wears number 5 for Gilles Barrio.
Okay, doing a test in the top of the park with the wireless mic. Testing 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. This is a test. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Checking the wireless. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
Have a set of 5 two-year-old Pacers here in the first qualifier. Wilbur, me and the boys, Blue Pharaoh, you know Nanny, All Day Press. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough end pacing beauty beginning here for these two-year-olds. From the center, that's Blue Pharaoh, pointed out. Wilbur along the rail to second. Third one to make the turn, that's me and the boys. Then the fourth one is You Know Nanny and All Day Press on the outside. Fifth, they're headed to the backstretch and the first quarter mile. The leaders, Blue Pharaoh and Adam Murner, now up on the outside, coming to take over the top spot. Me and the boys with Corey McPherson will clear as they arrive at the quarter. Second is Blue Pharaoh, racing from third. That's Wilbur. Fourth, You Know Nanny and All Day Press. Fifth, 30 seconds flat was the opening quarter. Arriving at the 3/8, me and the boys, now the leader. Second up the rail, that's Blue Pharaoh. That gap to third. Wilbur there. Moving to the outside from fourth is You Know Nanny. And trailing this field fifth is All Day Press. We're at the midway point in the first qualifier, led by Me and the Boys, the lead two. Second is Blue Pharaoh. Now moving into third, that's You Know Nanny. Wilbur has fourth. All Day Press going to the outside fifth, and they were halfway home in 59 and 2. So these 2-year-olds are serious on the fractions here. They go to 3/4 next, led by Me and the Boys. Second is Blue Pharaoh, tightening up from third. You Know Nanny. Moving into fourth, that's All Day Press. And now Wilbur is the trailer fifth. So the 3/4 has been completed. Me and the Boys arrived at that station in 1:30 and 4. Blue Pharaoh second. Along the inside third, You Know Nanny. All Day Press coming late on the outside fourth. Wilbur the trailer fifth, and they're headed on down the home stretch. Me and the Boys extending the lead late. Second, Blue Pharaoh. All Day Press now third. Me and the Boys for Corey McPherson. Second is Blue Pharaoh, and All Day Press rallied up third. Time for the mile. 2 minutes flat. Results of the first qualifier, Wilbur fifth. Me and the Boys the winner. Blue Pharaoh was second. You Know Nanny fourth. All Day Press was third. Fractions went 30, 59 and 2. 130 and 4. And the mile 2 minutes. In review, 5:12:43. Second qualifier on the track, number 1, I'm a Country Girl with Keith Ford. Roll with a Judy, the 2, now Miles Heffernan Jr. Mighty Rearranger, the 3, Adam Murner. Elusive Gal, 4, Miles Heffernan Sr. Listen, Linda Lou, the 5, Carson Wilkie. Stony Curtis, 6, Kenny Murphy. Have a mixed bag of tricks in the second and the final qualifier. We have 2 3-year-olds inside. I'm a Country Girl in a Roll with a Judy. A pair of 3-year-old trotters come from the middle, Mighty Rearranger and Elusive Gal, and 2 age horses. They're outside. Listen, Linda Lou and Stony Curtis. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Off and racing, Stony Curtis coming from the outside on the rail. I'm a country girl. Third one to the turn to roll with it, Judy. Fourth. Around the turn is Listen Linda Lou. The other way in fifth, Mighty Rearranger. And Elusive Gal will trail early. On the backstretch, led by Stony Curtis. In line to Kenny Murphy, a little better than a 2 lengths advantage on I'm a Country Girl second. Roll with it, Judy. She got away in third. Fourth. That's Listen Linda Lou. Mighty Rearranger trots into fifth. And trailing sixth, Elusive Gal. 29 and 4 opening quarter. On the lead approaching 3/8. That's Stony Curtis. The lead by 5. Second, I'm a Country Girl. Then in third, that's Roll with it, Judy. Fourth is Listen Linda Lou. Then in fifth, it's Mighty Rearranger. And Elusive Gal is sixth. At the midway point, all alone on the lead, that is Stony Curtis. Listen, Linda Lou rushes up to take over second. Now in third, I'm a Country Girl. Fourth, Roll with it, Judy. Mighty Rearranger fifth. The Elusive Gal is sixth. A half mile in 1 minute and 1/5. To the backstretch they go, led by Stony Curtis, just a length lead on Listen Linda Lou. Back into third, I'm a Country Girl. Moving up fourth, Roll with it, Judy. Mighty Rearrangers in fifth. The Elusive Gal is the trailer. 3/4 completed, and Stony Curtis got him there in 1:30 and 2. Listen, Linda Lou is right there, second and coming to the outside. Up into third went Roll with it, Judy. Mighty Rearranger has picked up fourth. I'm a Country Girl fifth. The Elusive Gal sixth. And Listen, Linda Lou takes over the deep stretch lead and goes on to win for Carson Wilkie. Second, that'll go to Stony Curtis, and Mighty Rearranger is up for third. Time for the mile in 1:59 and 2. Results of the second qualifier. I'm a Country Girl fifth. Roll with it, Judy fourth. Mighty Rearranger third. Elusive Gal sixth. Listen, Linda Lou, the race winner. Stony Curtis was second. 29 and 4, 1 minute 1. 1:30 and 2 in the mile, 1:59 and 2. In review, 5:43, 6:12. time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Welcome to Red Shores, Charlottetown, on a Saturday evening, a beautiful Saturday evening here as we get set for Standardbred Racing. 14 dashes on the program tonight, and it is Harness the Hope Night on Prince Edward Island. Welcome aboard to the HBI broadcast desk. It's Peter McPhee and Kurt Hughes here tonight. Great to be working with Kurt. And Kurt, we got a beauty of a day here and a great-looking card tonight.
Yeah, great-looking card tonight. We got the feature coming up in race 13, PEI Free-for-All Series, event number 4. Peter, and it's a field of 8 B2Bs on the rail, ammo from post 2, Mappo's Line, big trip in that consolation up there in Summerside last week. Rock Shining Star, big trip for his new trainer and driver. Twin B Tough Enough from post 5, Nut Buffiness from post 6. Jammer Speakaway raced huge in the Governor's Plate, closed strong for Barrio and just missed by a head at the wire. And Arbitrage Hanover. The draw has not been friendly to him since he's arrived on the island. 2 6-holes. Then he had the 2-hole where he had the track record in Summerside. Post 8 in the Governor's Plate final and post 8 here again tonight. So rough post positions for Arbitrage Hanover.
Yeah, he's been racing great, as you said. We were talking off mic just how great the finish was in the Governor's Plate, and we've got a couple of these horses back tonight. And Mappo's Line, like you said, winning the consolation. He's in here tonight, and he's looking good from post 3. So, again, that comes up in race number 13 tonight. We have lots to talk about with Harness the Hope as we go through the card here this afternoon, and we'll tell you about that. But first, let's get the program and equipment changes. Vance, one of the best days on the calendar. Up to you.
Look forward to Harness the Hope every year, Peter. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program, event number 24 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 27 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge, Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Ronnie Hennessy and Mr. Derek Quinn. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. In tonight's first race, number 6, Big Bad Bruiser, make the driver Brody McPhee. Brody McPhee now drives number 6, Big Bad Bruiser, in the first. Turning over to race number 2, the 4 entry, Benham Relentless, going from a blind bridle to blinkers and adding knee boots. Next change, go to race number 4. In the 4th race, number 5, Captain Highliner, from blinkers to blind bridle. Number 6, Trumpster Blues, from blinkers to an aviator bridle. Next change, go to race number 6. In the 6th race, number 1, She's All Lady, will go from a blind to an open bridle with cheek rolls, adding a Murphy blind on the inside. Final changes on the program, you'll go to race number 10. In the 10th race, number 1, Ponnell Bay Andrew, will go from an ear hood to ear plugs. Number 2, Crunch Walk, the owner is Max Webster's Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia. That's going to complete the changes on tonight's 14 race presentation. It's Harness the Hope Night at the Driving Park in Charlottetown. First race underway in 25 minutes at 5 o'clock.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if I could please direct your attention to the winner's circle today. And for the singing of today's national anthem, will now go to Haley McDonald.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Qu'à ton bras c'est porter les payeurs, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Now, back to Race Day Live.
And welcome back to the top of the park here in Charlottetown at the HBI broadcast desk. Peter McPhee and Kurt Hughes this afternoon getting set for Harness to Hope. Like we were talking off mic here, one of the best days on the calendar here. Everybody will be in pink. There'll be tons of people here in pink, race fans. We'll have the drivers and the trainers and the horses all in pink. And, of course, our sponsors, and we'll get to those throughout the day as well as we set up for a beauty of a day here in Charlottetown. And, Kurt, this is the 8th annual Harness to Hope here on Prince Edward Island, and there's been some great work done.
Yeah, great work done over the eight years. And the horse racing industry, there's no other industry that rallies like we do as an industry to support a cause. And everybody in the industry really rallies. You're going to see it tonight firsthand here. Everybody gets in pink and decks out in pink, and they do what they can to promote Harness of Hope and for the charity. And every year, it's absolutely a success all around.
Yeah, the proceeds again this year directly to Hospice PEI. Hope Happens Here Wellness Retreat, and both of the hospitals.
Yeah, Prince County and the Queen Elizabeth Hospital Foundations as well. So just great all around.
Yeah, tonight also there'll be prizes awarded for the best dressed horse, the driver, trainer, and race fan. So keep that in mind tonight.
Yeah, and in 2025, $50,000 was raised by Harness of Hope PEI campaign. So just fantastic results through the first 8 years.
Yeah, great. And again, they'll be down in the lobby. They'll be selling raffle tickets tonight as well. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. But again, if you're looking for merchandise, raffle tickets, and everything else downstairs, when you come out of the main lobby in Charlottetown tonight, you'll see the Harness to Hope folks down there. So certainly support those folks throughout the evening. We're going to slide in, Kurt. It is the final round of the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. Ken Warkington won it last year. Of course, Kenny will be back in August for Old Home Week. But he's in a battle right now with Garnet Barnsdale going into the final round.
Yeah, I was saying off mic, it's like a Rev Your Engine Angel Shadow thing here coming down the home stretch with Garnet Barnsdale and Ken Warkington. Ken's been leading the whole way, but then Garnet kind of poked his nose in front last time out. And so they ended up tied at the end of it. So we'll see tonight. We'll be tracking along through the 14 dashes tonight. But Ken Warkington, with his title on the line, I think the most pressure is on him tonight.
Well, he certainly puts out a lot of memes and everything when he's doing well.
Yes. Confidence is not his problem.
Yes, that's right. So he's trying to go back to back. Garnett's been close. He's been in it all 4 years. He was edged out by Robert Reed a couple of years ago.
That's right.
And word is Garnet is coming, Kurt, for Gold Cup and Saucer. That's the word.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
Yeah, so Garnet wants to make sure when he sees Ken in person.
That's right. He can puff the chest out and carry the title around.
That's right. So, again, we'll start it out. They'll be, of course, doing their picks throughout the day. Right now, Garnet and Ken in first with 131, and Mel Keith will track her as well.
Mel Keith does a great job every year, too, but she's more of a value player.
100%.
And she really, if you follow along with her picks, even at Woodbine Mohawk Park or anywhere that she's doing selections, Western Fair, she does selections with them as well.
Yeah.
You can find great value with her picks. But it doesn't. I find it doesn't work as well with this in this competition because she continues to try and find value, and sometimes that can be to her detriment. Because these two guys here, they're covered in chalk dust.
That's right.
They're picking the chalks, and they're doing quite well.
Yeah, it's true. The strategy, like you say, 5 points for the win, 3 for the place, 1 for the show.
Yeah.
Well, Mel's usually going for the value.
Yeah.
And her bankroll at the end of the day is usually pretty good.
Yeah, it's much better than these two guys.
Okay. So we'll track that. And also, before we get to the first here, we're going to slide in our picks here, Kurt, for the Isle Pick 5. And I think we got some different choices here. I was looking over yours here. And but let's kick it off here. Who are you going to in race 1?
Yeah, going with the 5, Mockart in Motion. Going to take a shot at Jason Hughes and trainer Kyle Wilkie. This one showing good trips, 57-1 in his latest. He's a veteran, 10 years old by Mach 3. Been racing at the 651 level in the last couple starts, but post 7 in both times behind the gate. So moves in to post 5, so getting a little post relief again at this 751 level. So I'm going to take a shot at Mockart in Motion, just playing a hunch there in the opener.
Okay, it's a tough race to handicap right away. If you look at the board right now, like a lot of different ways to go. I'm going to go to the 2 JK Express on the driver change Barrio today. Race number 2, and we're both on board here with the 3.
Yeah, feeling dangerous. We watched this one's older sister win on Thursday night. Steady Heart was a winner on Thursday night right from the 8-hole. So Feeling Dangerous looking to follow in his big sister's footsteps with a good fourth last time out, 59 and 1 in that PEI Cold State Grassroots. That is the one start we see from this one. So good closer in 29 and 2. So moving in here to an overnight event in against some 2-year-olds. I have to think Feeling Dangerous will be tough for Brody McPhee and Tommy Weatherby.
I'm agreeing with you. I do go to the 3, Feeling Dangerous as well. In the third, we're a little bit different here. It was tough, I thought. You're going to head towards Capuano, though.
Yeah, we're going to have to get either limes or something to give Von Doyle because I don't think he's wiped the smile off his face since he's won the Governor's Plate the other night. Nobody happier than him, and nobody happier for him than I am. I just think it was so awesome that he was able to win the Governor's Plate there with Get Wings. He's got a lot of talent in his barn, and this guy is another talented horse. 3-year-old gelding by Better Than Cheddar. He had a rough trip last time out. First up, 56 and 1, 28 and 4 closer. Cut the mile the week before that. Third by a half length, 55 flat, and even 3 back was a good second, 54 and 3. But I just thought that start in the Golden Summerside last week was a real tough outing for him coming first up, but he still battled right to the wire, finishing third.
Yeah,
so
tough
I like
race.
him for Kenny.
Yeah, I do too. Kenny doing the driving tonight. Shanghai Whiskey's looking for 4 in a row. He's coming off a win in Summerside where he went right down the road in 55 and 4. So we'll see how he does tonight. Post 3 for Jason Hughes in the fourth tonight, and you're heading to the rail here, House Edge, Hanover, and Barrio.
Yeah, he made a break last time out, but before that, he had a pretty good run. 53 and 2, 2 starts back, 27 and 4, and then he reeled off a few wins in a row for Hughes in Summerside, and so he's showing good lines. Barrio Matheson, hard to go against those two guys, and they got the rail, so I'm hoping he atones for that break last time out. He's dropping another level. Non-winners 2,051 here tonight with the pole position. Makes him a tough out.
He will be tough. I'm going to head towards the outside. Trumpster Blue is a little bit of a value play there from Murner. He's been in the Doer, and you can see the start before that. He was in Rock Solid as well, so we'll take a swing from the outside and go to the
He had a
6.
rough trip. Yeah, he had
yeah.
a rough trip last time out.
He did. So we'll go to him tonight, see what he can do there in race number 4. And in the 5th, Kurt, you're going to First Glance on the drop here tonight.
Yeah, drop in class. This one loves the front end. David Dowling likes the front end. Jen Doyle stable. He's been such a great horse over the last few years. Mark of 54 and 4 in Charlottetown last year. 57 and 1 Summerside this year. 52 and 2 lifetime mark in Charlottetown, and most likely right on the front end, which is where I think he'll be tonight. So I'm taking a swing at First Glance in that final leg.
I like the inside horses there. I went 1, 2, and 3. Moonrider, the veteran, 14 now. I like him inside for Brady tonight. Brady Sweet will do the driving. First Glance, tough to go against, but I'll go to the 1 Moonrider to round it out here. So 5, 3, 2, 1, and 2 for Kurt. I'm next door, 2, 3, 3, 6, and 1. You see the Ulster handicappers, their selections in as well. 6 to go before race number 1. It's Harness the Hope Day in Charlottetown.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the entire Harness the Hope PEI team, we are extended our sincere thanks to all of tonight's race sponsors. Each sponsored race carries special meaning. Some honor the memory of a loved one, some celebrate a survivor, someone still fighting, and others reflect on commitment to supporting islanders and families facing cancer. Your generosity is an important part of what makes Harness the Hope PEI possible. Together, we are helping bring hope, comfort, and connection to islanders when they need it most. To each of our race sponsors, thank you for standing with us, for sharing in this special evening, and for helping Harness the Hope PEI continue to make a difference across our island. Evening's first race, center of the track on post parade. It's the Elsie Hill Memorial. Number 1, Blue Moose, owned by Taylor Shepard of Mirabel, Quebec. Harold Shepard trains and drives. JK Express number 2, owned by James Perot of Stratford, trained by Jared Perot, is Gilles Barrio. Solid Silver 3, Stacy Darrow Stratford owns and trains, driven by Adam Murner. George's Credit 4, Paul Angel driving for owner-trainer Philip Kelly, North Wilshire. Mockart in Motion number 5, owned by Tyler and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Kyle Wilkie, Jason Hughes up. Big Bad Bruiser 6, owned and trained by Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown. Note the driver change to Brody McPhee. Time of Miami 7, owned by Ian Smith, Randall Cooper, and Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, driven by Brady Sweet. Leaving Bruises 8, owned by Basil Hunter and Douglas Molyneux of Stratford. Basil does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. 9 is Redland Sampson, owned by Donnie Smith, Troy Cudmore, Roderick Gillis, and Paul Hogan, trained by Cliff Murphy, driven by Kenny Murphy. Only 2 minutes wagering time on race number 1. Just 2 minutes to post time. Welcome to Harness the Hope Night from Redshores, Charlottetown. Peter McPhee and Kurt Hughes are coming up next from the HPI broadcast desk.
Thanks very much, Vance. And yeah, we're very excited to get it underway here this afternoon. Of course, post time 5 p.m. For Harness the Hope Day. And there it is, raising hope and faith for Islanders. Today's the day, July 25th, and it's Harness the Hope on Prince Edward Island. All proceeds will be directed to Hospice PEI, Hope Happens Here Retreat, and the oncology units at the Prince County and Queen Elizabeth Hospitals. As we go to the track next for race number 1. Okay, on track here for race number 1 today. Kurt, we were saying this is a great way to start the day here because it's wide open here in the first. Mock Art in Motion here for Tyler and Shelley Wilkie. They own. Kyle Wilkie trains. Your brother Jason Hughes is going to do the driving. Horse on the outside the last couple, so a little better post today, post 5.
That's the angle I'm playing. I was saying to you off mic how wide open this first race is. It's a real head scratcher. So I just went with the angle that this one had outside post in the last 2 starts. Still closed strong. Still looks like he's trying each and every week. Just the trip has not worked out. If you take a look at his chart lines, 9 by 12, 2 starts back. Ended up 5th by 8 1/4. And then last time out, 7 by 8 3/4 at the quarter. And so he ended up 5th on that day. 57 and change his last 2 starts. He's 4 for 10 in the top 3. Still looking for that first win of the season. Wouldn't it be cool if it came here in Harness the Hope Night? He's all decked out in
He
pink.
looks great.
That would make for a great win photo. So hopefully the Blue Knight can get this guy across the line first here tonight for Team Wilkie. Currently 7-2 on the board.
Okay, getting close here in the first. Need you in on the action. Solid Silver. Well, he lives up to his name quite a bit, Kurt.
Yes,
he was
he does.
11 seconds last year. He's already got 4 this year. Someday he's going to break through. Could be today.
Yeah, I don't know if the connections, when they named him Solid Silver, I don't know if they could see this playing out, but take a look over at the win column over the last 2 years. This guy is 0 for 45 over the last 2 years, and I don't like highlighting it because I'm sure Stacy's not very happy with me when I do highlight it, but it's hard to take a look at his chart lines and not it's pretty glaring when you look at the chart lines. He's been so good over the last couple starts on the front end in 2 of his last 3, and he's hit the board in each occasion, and pretty good miles too, 57 and change, 2 of those lines, and then last time out 56 and 3 was a good deuce to Woodmere Bullet. So Solid Silver, another good post here today, should be forwardly placed up close to the lead. And so I'm going to put them in for the deuce again tonight. And you're getting 7-1 on this guy.
He looks good, too, in the pink today.
Yeah, he does. Hopefully it's a photo at the finish between the 5 and 3, because they're both decked out in great pink.
They are, and you're going to round it out with Blue Moose. Now, he won at the 301s last time out, so he goes up the ladder here today, but he's in a good spot.
Yeah, and he's got the veteran Harold Shepard at the controls. Harold's the trainer and driver. For his granddaughter, Taylor Shepard, I'm sure she's tuning in, from Quebec, a winner in his latest in 58 and 3, looking for a career victory, win number 36. We talked about Solid Silver, a little camera shy. This guy is not camera shy, and he has the pole position, so I could see him going right down the road here for the veteran Shepard. 3-1.
Okay, getting set for race number 1 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. Horses swinging in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, Vance, one of the best days on the calendar. Harness to Hope, up to you for the call.
As I mentioned on the outset, Peter, look forward to it every year. It's a wonderful night of harness racing. Harness to Hope. Tonight's opener, Blue Moose, JK Express, Solid Silver, George's Credit, Mockart in Motion, Big Bad Bruiser, Time Bolt Miami, Leaving Bruises in the Frontier. In back the trailer, Redland Sampson, LC Hill Memorial, post time. Up and pacing, JK Express will be the first one out. Up the rail, Blue Moose is second, joining them from the far outside, Leaving Bruises. Then between horses, that is Solid Silver fourth. Away in fifth, Redland Sampson, George's Credit sixth, Mockart in Motion seventh. Then eighth is Big Bad Bruiser, and trailing ninth, Time of Miami. Along the backstretch they go, and from the outside, here's the long shot, and I mean long shot leader, Leaving Bruises, and Corey McPherson take over. Second is JK Express, Blue Moose around the turn third, 28 and 4 the quarter. Now in fourth, Solid Silver, Redland Sampson fifth, George's Credit sixth. There goes Mockart in Motion to the outside to start the backfield in motion seventh. Moving up eighth, Time of Miami, and up the rail ninth. That is Big Bad Bruiser. They arrive at the half mile next. And Leaving Bruises at all nines on the board. He's the midway point leader. Second is JK Express. First up comes Redland Sampson third, 58 and 4 for the half mile. Blue Moose at the rail fourth, moving up fifth from the outside as they arrive at the 5-8. That is a Mockart in Motion. Up the rail in sixth, Solid Silver, seventh, Time of Miami, 8 George's Credit. On the outside, ninth, Big Bad Bruiser. It's Leaving Bruises. He's still the leader in here, and he's getting late. From the outside, second, Redland Sampson. Third up the rail is JK Express. Coming fourth on the outside, Mockart in Motion. Wow, setting up for a big-time finish here. 3/4 tripped in 1, 28 and 3. Homeward bound, and set that camera up. They're in deep stretch now. Redland Sampson, Mockart in Motion, JK Express. Wow! Why, I love this game. That's Mockart in Motion. On the end of it for the Blue Knight U's, 158 flat.
Okay, what a way to start Harness to Hope here. Kurt Hughes all over his brother Jason here with Mockart in motion. Kurt, what a way to start Harness to Hope.
Yeah, great way to start Harness of Hope. We got one all decked out in pink, and they're going to get their picture taken here. And this is going to be a great win photo here tonight. What a perfect drive by Jason, setting it up second over behind the 9 Redland Sampson and Murphy, who provided that live cover. Redland Sampson raced good here tonight for Murphy first up, but looming the danger second up was Mockart in motion. As I said before the race, this one tries every single week. The trip just not has worked out for him, and he's had bad posts in his last 2 starts. He moved in a couple spots here tonight. Jason gave him that perfect second oversteer, and he angled him out at the top of the stretch, and he delivered for his driver here tonight. Mockart in motion gets it done for the Wilkie team here in the opener. Nice mile, 158 off a half and 58 and 4. So nice trip for the 5, Mockart in motion. We'll see them back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elsie Hill was the heart of her family and her community. Born Elsie McEwen of Morel, she married Francis Hill after his service in the Second World War, and together they built a home and raised their family in French Fork, Prince Edward Island. A devoted wife, mother of 8, foster mother of 28 children, Elsie's life was defined by kindness, generosity, and service to others. She was a dedicated Women's Institute member for more than 40 years, volunteered over 2,000 hours at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, and was a talented seamstress who created countless wedding dresses. She lovingly knitted hats and mittens for newborns, quilted for families in need, and was always the first to arrive with a meal, fresh baking, or a helping hand during difficult times. Her kitchen door was always open, the tea was always on, and the conversation was never in short supply. If someone needed help, the answer was simple: just ask Elsie. Tonight we are honored to celebrate her remarkable legacy through the Elsie Hill Memorial Pace. Her compassion, generosity, and unwavering commitment to others continue to inspire all who knew her. In the winner's circle, Mockart in motion. Bay Pace and Gelding 10 by Mach 3 off the Arch Place Dam, Because I'm KG. Owned by Tyler and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford, bred by Lloyd Howley, trained by Carl Wilkie. And the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, has just guided him to victory on Harness to Hope night in a 1:58 flat. Mockart in motion in tonight's opener.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results in the first race: Blue Moose second, JK Express fifth, Solid Silver seventh, George's Credit sixth, Mockart in Motion the race winner. Big Bad Bruiser was ninth, Time of Miami fourth, Leavin' Bruises was eighth, Redland Sampson third. The fractions went 28 and 4, 58 and 4, or 128 and 3, and the mile 158. From the top, your program reads 257. 619-483. Mockart in Motion, page 760. Exactor 2720, Triactor 10530, Superfecta was 7725.
And please visit the Harness to Hope merchandise table in the foyer main lobby today here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. Be sure to purchase raffle tickets on the Blackstone Grill Barbecue package. The first 50 guests to stop by wearing pink will receive a swag bag donated by Shoppers Drug Mart. Okay, welcome back to the HBI broadcast desk here in Charlottetown. Peter McPhee and Kurt Hughes as we work on race number 2. Nice win ticket for you to kick off the day.
Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it. Thanks to my brother.
Good drive, 760 on the nose.
Great drive.
Guys, make sure you're following folks watching out there today. Kurt's off to a good start here today. Let's tell you about HBI PEI rewards. Red Shores pleased to offer HBI rewards for PEI customers. Players can now wager Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points. You can convert those points to cash. Earn points for other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HBIBet.com. And the new HBI rewards program for PEI is re-roll in the picks here for race number 2. I think you, Garnet, and Kenny all had 5 in race number 1 there. So.
Yeah, we did. And I was just saying to you off mic there, Mel Keith had the 9, 18-1 on the board. I think it was Redland Sampson. Yeah. She had him picked to win, and he raced huge first up. He was a good third in there. Yeah,
he was. He raced really well. Like we said, Mel's she goes for value. Yeah.
There she goes again. Look, 4-3-7, 11-1 on the 4. Garnet Barnsdale going 1-2-3. Ken Warkton and I, we like the 3-1-4 combination. I'm going 3-4-1 in this upcoming second race.
All right, horses on the way. Post parade next.
Second race on parade, it's the Shirley Hennessy Memorial. James IV, number 1, owned by James and Dwayne Gorman, Mike Gorman, and Aubrey Cameron. Corey McPherson, training and driving. Sugar Cube 2, owned by Lucy St. Amour, Randy Price, and Diane Cosman of New Brunswick. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Phil in Danger is number 3, owned by Hal Smith, Ian Smith, and Tommy Weatherby. Tommy does the training, driven by Brody McPhee. Adam Relentless 4, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Donald Josie, trained by Stephen Quinn. Gilles Barrio drives. Outrageous Swagger, number 5, owned by Paul Holmes of Warren Grove, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweetup. Big Time Bobby, number 6, owned by Darren Smith of Rocky Point, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Someplace Somewhere, number 7, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Sherman, and Shane Essen. Adam Murner is the trainer-driver. 4 minutes to post time. Back down to Kurt and Peter with a look at the top 5 drivers here at Red Shores, Charlottetown.
Kurt, I was looking the other day. It's pretty tight at the top right now, and a familiar face up there at number 1.
Yeah, it is close, though. Mark Campbell leading the way with 54 wins. Gilles Barrio right on his heels, though, with 53 victories. Corey McPherson with 38 wins. Adam Murner's in 4th with 34 wins. And Kenny Murphy having himself a good year here in Charlottetown and Summerside. But he's currently 5th on the standings here in Charlottetown with 29 wins.
And we got to give a shout out to Mark and Keith Legg. They'll be in Clinton tomorrow.
Clinton tomorrow
yep.
for the National Driving Championships. So good luck to Keith and Mark.
Yep.
I'm sure they'll do well and make us proud as they are. They got a lot of talent, and they look good in Summerside. They both did an incredible job driving all afternoon. Rocky and I, we cover Truro. We do the broadcast over there in Truro. And I was saying great things about Keith Legg all year long. Over the last 2 seasons, he's really impressed me as a driver, and we all know what Mark Campbell can do on the track. So, yeah, they got a lot of talent, so we wish them the best of luck tomorrow afternoon in Clinton.
Absolutely. They'll be representing the Atlantic region, and we'll be tuning into Clinton tomorrow. Okay, we're back on track here for the second here. It's the 2-year-old Colts, non-winners of 1 race life, and this is the 3, Phil and Dangerous, Hal and Ian Smith, Tom Weatherby. They're the owners. Tom is the trainer, and Brody McPhee drives. Kurt, it was pretty good, that start in Summerside.
Yeah, PEI Colt State grassroots event shows a trip in 59-1, just a little quicker than the rest in this field. So that's why I went with Phil and Dangerous, and comes from a pretty nice family that includes Steady Heart, Bo Ford's really nice mare. She was a really good stake performer, and she's been a really nice mare for him this year, and she has returned. She's been unbeatable since returning here to Charlottetown after a little stint in Ontario over the winter. So Again, this one comes from a nice family. Philin Dangerous, 2-year-old gelding by Shanghai Phil. I like the Shanghai Phils as well. So good breeding with this one. So we'll take a shot off that speedy trip in Summerside. And this one is 2-1.
Brody with a little bit of pink on there today, too. Looks good out there.
Yeah, the PEI Buckeyes got a little pink sprinkled in there. He's looking good tonight.
He sure is, as he's post 3, at 2-1. Okay, under a minute to go here before race number 2, and we'll take a look at the 4 here. This is Badham Relentless for Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, Donald Josie. They're the owners. Stephen Quinn trains. Joe Barrio does the driving. Blind to blinkers today, and Kurt adding the knee boots. Last time out, they Barrio hustled this guy right off the gate.
Yeah, usually when you go blind to blinkers, that means it's go time. But he was go time last time out, 28-4, 59-4, right on the front end, third by 2 1/4 at the finish, 2 minutes 3/5, and could be go time here again tonight. He looks revved up. The body language is telling me that he's revved up and ready to roll to the front here again tonight. And with that bridle change, I have to think that's where they're heading. And when we talk about good pedigree, they don't get much better than the dam of this one. Bedham Laura has thrown a lot of nice horses over the years for Jeff Lilly and company. And so Bedham Relentless, big shoes to fill, but off that nice trip last time out in a grass route, I have to think with the bridle change, maybe this one might be able to go right down the road here tonight.
Okay, and here's the rail setter. It is James the Fourth for Corey McPherson. He'll do the driving for James and Dwayne Gorman. Mike Gorman and Aubrey Cameron, they all share ownership. Corey McPherson does the training. He'll do the driving on the 2-year-old colt by Perfect Sting.
Yeah, and Corey's full of swagger right now. You seen he had a successful night last night in Churro. I think he won 4 races on the Churro card last night. He's got a great stable of horses too. He's got a really nice 2-year-old colt and Woodmere Dougal that he trains, and this one James the Fourth, coming in off a grassroots effort there where he was 5th and 59-4. So again, Corey training and driving this 2-year-old Perfect Sting colt. So we'll take a shot at him from the rail and throw him in there for the show dough. 3-1 currently. Enjoy cupcakes donated by Cakes and Things here in Charlottetown. This year marks 8 Harness the Hope events here at Red Shores, Charlottetown. It is 100% volunteer driven and executed. And together in the past 8 years, over $450,000 has been raised. So thank you, racing families and fans, for helping make a difference. Sending special shout out to our diamond sponsors this evening, Collings Timber Mart. Thank you for your generous contributions. Okay, race 2 starters. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Harness Racing royalty here, Vance. The Shirley Hennessy Memorial. Up to you for the call.
You said it, Kurt. Harness Racing royalty. Shirley Hennessy Memorial. Lining up here in the second, James the Fourth, Sugar Cube. Feeling Dangerous, Bedham Relentless, Outrageous Swagger. Big Time Bobby, Someplace Somewhere, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Number 2, Sugar Cube, went off stride prior to the start. Rough and pacing, Outrageous Swagger with the first call. Bedham Relentless to his inside. Third one around the turn, James the Fourth. Now between horses in fifth, that is Big Time Bobby. Out there 3 wide is Someplace Somewhere. Then towards the rail, James the Fourth. And the trailer is Sugar Cube on the backstretch to the corner. It's Bedham Relentless in line to Gilberto by 2. Second, Outrageous Swagger away in third. That's Feeling Dangerous. Now fourth is Someplace Somewhere. Fifth on the rail, James the Fourth. Then in sixth, Big Time Bobby. And catching the field from seventh, that's Sugar Cube, 29 and 2, the opening quarter. They're at the 3/8 pole. Bedham Relentless in control here for Barrio. The 2-hole ride, that's Outrageous Swagger at long odds here. Feeling Dangerous goes third. Someplace Somewhere in fourth. Fifth, James the Fourth. Then in sixth, Big Time Bobby. And Sugar Cube is seventh at the midway point. The leader, Bedham Relentless, 59 and 4. Second is Outrageous Swagger. On the move in the outside third. Someplace Somewhere underway. Going to the outside fourth is Feeling Dangerous. Fifth, that's James the Fourth. Back into sixth, Big Time Bobby. And on the outside seventh, Sugar Cube. Here comes the 3/4. Bedham Relentless at the rail, the leader. Challenge on the outside comes from Someplace Somewhere. On the move to take over third, that is Feeling Dangerous. 1:29 and 1 down at 3/4 as a team. Down to an 1/8 to go. Bedham Relentless on the rail to his outside. Someplace Somewhere matching strides. Into third is Feeling Dangerous. On the wire they come next. Here's Someplace Somewhere for Adam Murner. Bedham Relentless held second. Feeling Dangerous up for third. And the time for this mile, 1:57 and 4. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hennessy family is proud to support this annual event in loving memory of their mother, Shirley Hennessy. Giving back to her community, supporting worthy causes, and helping others came naturally to Shirley. It was simply who she was. The family is honored to support this special event here at Red Shores, Charlottetown, a place where Shirley made lasting friendships and cherished memories dating all the way back to the late 1940s. The Hennessy family wishes everyone a wonderful evening and great success in raising funds for such a worthy cause. They extend their sincere thanks to everyone involved for helping keep Shirley's generous spirit and legacy of giving alive. Someplace, somewhere, arriving at the Crown Rust Protection Winter Circle in the second. Bay pacing colt 2 by Somewhere Fancy off the marked card dam, marked for Terror. Owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skierman, and Shane Essen. Bred by Robert Denozy and Windermere Farms. Out of Murder Training and Driving. Colt pacing to a maiden record tonight of 157 and 4. Someplace, somewhere captures the Shirley Hennessy Memorial with the Winner's Circle presentation.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now, the official results from the second race, James IV finished 5th. Sugar Cube was 7th. Phil Dangerous 3rd. Venom Relentless was 2nd. Outrageous Swagger 4th. Big Time Bobby was 6th. And Someplace Somewhere was the race winner, 29 and 2, 59 and 4, 129 and 1, and the mile in 157 and 4. In review, it's 573, 24, 6-1. Someplace Somewhere, 1830 on the nose. Exactor, 108.50. Triactor, 241.10. Superfecta, 368.04. And the early daily double, 94.80.
Okay, working on race number 3 this afternoon from Charlottetown. A beauty of a day here on the island, around 25, 26 degrees. We kicked it off here, Kurt, and we're going to work on race number 3 in just a moment. But I want to tell folks about the Gold Cup and Saucer second chance draw. It's back at Red Shores on live race days, and Charlottetown customers can enter non-winning tickets into the ballot drums for a chance to win the grand prize. Listen to this prize. 1 table of 4 at the trackside patio on Gold Cup night. 1 night hotel stay, in-room welcome basket, 4 race programs, 4 old home week passes, and $500 cash. Just a tremendous prize.
Can't beat it.
And the grand prize draw will take place Saturday, August 1st, which is next Saturday. We're rolling the picks here for race number 3, and I think you're heading to the 2 here, Capuano, for Kenny Arsenault.
Yeah, going for the hot Von Doyle stable, and Kenny Arsenault in the seat tonight. He gets the live mount aboard Capuano, so we're going to take a shot at him on top. Me and Mel Keith both going with the 2. I like a 2-3-1. Mel Keith going 2-5-3. Garnet Burnsdale 3-2-1. Ken Workington going 3-2-4. I don't think Ken and Garnet get together when they do their picks,
No.
but they've been matching strides here tonight, doing their selections.
And we've been talking to the owner, operator of UMI. He tells us he's off on a cruise. I mean, it's great to be that guy.
Great to be that guy. When you're at the top like that, you can go on cruises all the time, and that's what he likes to do.
Very confident in his crew that they can get things done while he's away.
Yeah, well, they're led by a great group downstairs. We got a great group that usually takes over when he gallivants on his cruises.
Yeah, put out the best pictures in the Maritimes and in harness racing. So
yeah, they do a great job.
Of course, we're kidding. Scott McLean, he does great work with UMI.
He sure does.
And we chat to him a lot and wish him and his family the best on his cruise. And we'll see him when he gets back.
Absolutely.
Third race is the Gage Dixon and Carolyn McDonald Memorial. Number 1, Louis the Lip, owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby out of Murner Drives. Capuano number 2, owned by Chris Kelly of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Tonight, Kenny Arsenault. Shanghai Whiskey 3, Wade Myers of Charlottetown, owns and trains, driven by Jason Hughes. Mr. Harris, number 4, owned by Debbie Denny of Brooklyn, Nova Scotia, trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell. Woodmere Bullet 5, owned by the stable Woodmere Bullet of Brunswick, Ohio, trained by Jamie Smith, driven by Corey McPherson. Only 2 minutes, 2 post time. Peter and Kurt return with a rundown of the top trainers here in Charlottetown.
Thanks very much, Vance. And yeah, we'll take a look at the top trainers in Charlottetown. And Kurt, Jen Doyle leading the way right now.
Yeah, leading the way with 33 victories. Ron Matheson in second right now with 25 wins. Earl Watts having a fantastic year again this year, 23 victories. Landon Campbell's in fourth with 17 wins. And Adam Murder rounds out the top 5 with 16 victories on the season.
And Jen's closing in on a milestone as well, 3 away from 500 career wins.
Wow. Yeah, she's had quite a run over the last decade or so. 500, 3 away.
Yeah,
okay,
3 away,
we'll keep close count on that.
We will. Okay, back on track here, Kurt, and we're landing on Capuano here. This is for Chris Kelly of Calgary. He's the owner here. Von Doyle Trains and Kenny Arsenault. And you mentioned first up in Summerside, so a little better post to work from today.
Yeah, and handling himself quite well in Ontario as well. He's 7 for 7 so far in top threes. Over 16 grand made. He shows some nice trips over Flamborough and Hanover and Georgian Downs in those 2 starts before arriving back on the island, where he was a good third in that PEI Colt Stake Gold division. Mark Campbell was in the seat on that day. They came first up, third by a length and 3/4. 56-1, 28-4 closer. And again, some nice trips up in Ontario. So he's back home. He had a real good run here last summer when he was home in his freshman campaign. So he had 4 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. So that's 7 for 9 in the top 3. So he's had quite a successful campaign for Von Doyle and company. And so Capuano with this inside draw in an overnight event, I have to think he's going to be really tough to beat. He does have one right next door to him to Kenny's right that will be a major threat in here, but I'm going to put him on top. 9-5.
Okay, and here is, I think, the threat you're talking about.
Yep.
Shanghai Whiskey here for Wade Myers, who owns Trains, and your brother Jason Hughes is going to do the driving. Jason won the first one today, and this horse looking for 4 in a row, Kurt.
Yeah, and this is a tough spot to get back in the driver's seat. I always hated that. The Brendan Mullen had a nice horse back in the day named Classy Albert, and Jason drove him to 2 or 3 wins in a row, and then Jason, I think, had one of ours in there, so I drove Classy Albert for Brendan. I always hated being put in that spot. We came away with a win each time, but it was still a tough spot to be put in, especially after this guy just winning 3 in a row for Campbell. The last one in a PEI Colt Stake Gold division. He removed to the front, got the job done 55-4, so tough to follow that up here tonight, but I'm sure Jason will give him a good drive. And if he's as good as he's been in the last couple of starts, he may add another one to the win column. He may make it 4 in a row here because he's just been so good. Wade Myers has had quite a run with the dam there, Julep Hanover.
Yeah, nice mare.
The sibling's been doing good things as well. So Shanghai Whiskey does have a real good shot to give Jason the double here early on Harness of Hope night. Currently 4-5.
And we'll round it out with Louis the Lip here for Adam Murner. Adam won the last one, so he's looking to go back-to-back. David Kennedy is the owner along with Ian Smith. Tommy Weatherby Trains. Adam on the rail here to a pretty nice price, 7-2.
Yeah, I think Capuano will probably cut the mile. Maybe Jason might dip into that 2-hole with Shanghai Whiskey, or he may keep on driving for the front. But Louis the Lip, I think, will get a real good ground-saving trip here. Probably sitting in the 3-hole. Adam Murner doing the driving for Tommy Weatherby. A winner, 2 back in 57-3, and then a good third-place finish in a PEI Colt Stake grassroots event. So with the rail here, I could see them rounding out this top 3 at 4-1.
Okay, getting set for race number 3 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, Vance. There's pink everywhere. Looks great here today. Up to you for the call.
It does so, Peter. Lining up in the 3rd, Louis the Lip, Capuano, Shanghai Whiskey, Mr. Harris, Woodmere Bullet, Gage Dixon, Carolyn McDonald Memorial. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, leaving out Louis the Lip, Capuano, and Shanghai Whiskey will join them to their outside. 4th one around the turn goes Mr. Harris, then the trailer. That is Woodmere Bullet. 3 high at the opening 8. Farthest one out, Shanghai Whiskey is headed to the lead for the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes, they're clear. Racing from 2nd is Louis the Lip. Now 3rd is Capuano. 4th, that's Mr. Harris, followed by the trailer. Woodmere Bullet in 5th. They arrived at the front quarter. 27-4. Boom! Just like that, a fired-up leader is Shanghai Whiskey on his back in the 2-hole. That is Louis the Lip. All alone in 3rd is Capuano. Now 4th is Mr. Harris. And a Woodmere Bullet 5th. Straight alignment, and they're halfway home here in the 3rd. Led by Shanghai Whiskey. two-hole ride. That's Louis the Lip. Closed up now from third. Capuano. Fourth is Mr. Harris. Woodmere Bullet fifth, 57. And one was the half mile. Down to 3/8 of a mile to go. The leader is Shanghai Whiskey. Louis the Lip gets that two-hole trip, racing from third. Capuano, and he's moved out. Fourth is Mr. Harris. And the trailer, that is Woodmere Bullet. They arrive at 3/4, and Shanghai Whiskey getting them there. Louis the Lip right there in the two-hole from the outside. Capuano third. Mr. Harris fourth. Woodmere Bullet fifth. 127 and 1. 3/4 time. They're turning for home. And up front, Shanghai Whiskey by 2. Louis the Lip is second. Capuano third. Mr. Harris fourth. On the wire, here's Shanghai Whiskey to double up the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes. Second is Louis the Lip. Mr. Harris rallied up the inside third in 155 and 4.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 3 from Red Shores and Charlottetown Harness, the Hope Taker. We talked about it in the pre-race. This guy had won 3 in a row, and you mentioned Jason might fire to the front. That's what he did today.
Yeah, he drove him aggressively, just like Mark has done in the last couple starts, and he got him to the lead there, 3 wide around the first turn. Kenny Arsenault with a veteran move there, keeping Jason out 3 wide, trying to take a bite out of him that maybe he could take the best of him late in the mile. That's the way I thought Kenny might try and set this up. And Jason did get to the front, 27 and 4, big opening quarter, 57 and 1, 127 and 1, well rated in the middle half, and they fire the last quarter at them in 28 and 3. This guy is large and in charge over the last month. Shanghai Whiskey full of swagger as he notches his 4th straight victory here. The Blue Knight picks up his 2nd win on the night, 155 and 4, right to his mark, just like he did last time out. Shanghai Whiskey and Hughes win the 3rd, and they'll be back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Gage and Carolyn Dixon were great supporters of Harness the Hope, an event that meant so much to the both of them. Both Gage and Carolyn grew up surrounded by harness racing families. The Ferguson family, where Gage first found his love for harness racing, and later in life Gage married into the McPhee family, where his love for horse racing continued to grow. Carolyn grew up loving horses, and you would find her at the fence cheering on family horses, especially Carolyn D., a great mare that was named after Carolyn. Gage was diagnosed with cancer for the first time at the age of 42. With the support of his family and many cancer treatments, he beat cancer. Later in life, cancer took Gage's life after a long battle. Even while sick, Gage and Carolyn never missed a race card, whether in person or on the computer. They continued to watch, cheer, and support their families. Tonight, the Dixon family proudly remembers Gage and Carolyn Dixon with the trackside presentation, and it goes to Shanghai Whiskey. Facing round gelding 3 by Shanghai Phil off the Western Ideal Dam Julep Hanover. Owned by Wade Myers of Charlottetown. Wade's also the trainer and the breeder. And the Blue Knight Jason Hughes picks up his 2nd win on Harness the Hope Night early for the double. And he's right to the Colts record of 155 and 4. Shanghai Whiskey in the Blue Knight double. Here in the 3rd with the Gage Dixon Carolyn McDonald Memorial Winners Circle presentation.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2026 Standing Stallions, Champion Sire Malicious, and the Rising Star Stallion Somewhere Fancy. Somewhere Fancy has made a powerful impact with his first crop on the track. As the sire of the Atlantic Champion 2-year-old filly Windermere Sky, he has already proven himself as a standout. This exceptional filly captured multiple track records, earned over $100,000 in stake earnings, and is a 2-year-old Philly O'Brien Award nominee, an incredible accomplishment for an up-and-coming sire in the Maritimes. From proven champions to the next generation of stars, Windermere Farms continues to set the standard. Breed to excellence in 2026 with Windermere Farms.
Now, the official results from the third race: Louis the Lip was second, Capuano fourth, Shanghai Whiskey the winner, Mr. Harris was third, Woodmere Bullet finished fifth. They went 27-4, 57-1, 127-1, and the mile 155-4. From the top, your program reads 24135. Shanghai Whiskey 350. Exactor $24, Triactor $71.80, and the Superfecta $11.19.
Okay, working on race number 4 today, and a beautiful day here in Charlottetown. It's Peter McPhee and Kurt Hughes at the HBI broadcast desk. Vance Cameron upstairs calling all the action. Like I said, we'll get to our picks in just a moment. But Kurt, we want to mention a few details about Harness the Hope.
Yeah, Harness the Hope PEI has been supporting Islanders facing cancer treatments for 8 years. All 2026 proceeds will again directly support Hospice PEI, Hope Happens Here Wellness Retreat, and both the PCH and QEH Hospital Foundations.
Yeah, $50,000 raised last year by Harness the Hope PEI campaign, so we're hoping to go over that this year. And tonight there will be prizes awarded for the best dressed horse, driver, trainer, and race fan as we see the horses on the way for Post Parade next.
Fourth race is the Paulette Roberts Memorial. Number 1 is House Edge Hanover, owned by Everett Hansen of Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Ron Matheson. Gilles Barrio drives. J.K. Last Chance number 2, on Madame McIsaac of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Dusty Lane Levi 3, owned by Matt and David Burke of Stratford, trained by Earl Watts. Paul Langella. Mr. Riley 4 is owned by Jimmy Gorham of South Melville and Darlene Compton of South Bennett. Corey McPherson is the trainer-driver. 5, Captain Highliner, owned by Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, and Sean Smith of Milton, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. Trumpster Blues, number 6, owned by Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart, trained by David O'Brien, Adam Murner. 3 minutes to post time. The Sapphire is a new signature event for open mares that will go for a purse of $30,000 on Monday, August 17th. A special thank you to title sponsor, the Fox Group.
Kurt, looking forward to this. We've talked about it here now for at least a good month or so. The Sapphire. We again want a big shout out to the Fox Group here, and that purse, a nice one.
Yeah, dandy purse. $30,000 the Sapphire will go for during Old Home Week. And Lady Cafe Olay looks like the front runner to grab the best portion of that purse of 30 grand. So looking forward to that Open Mares series during Old Home Week.
Yeah, should be a good one Monday, August 17th, as we get set for the Sapphire. Okay, working on the fourth here. Good group here of 6. We'll land on House Edge Hanover here for Everett Hansen of Margaretville, New Brunswick. Ron Matheson trains. Joe Barrio does the driving. Kurt, if you slide down the lines there to the bottom, this horse likes the front.
Loves the front. Was a winner back on May 23rd at this level. From the rail, give and go early back to the front. Check out that time. 153-4, winning by a half a length over Starship Glide on that day. And then he reeled off 2 more wins in the Preferred 2 in Summerside. And then continued to race that Preferred 2 in Summerside. Came away with a 4th and a 3rd after those 3 victories. And then last time out, or second last start in Preferred 1 was a 6th place finisher, but in against a pretty tough group that included Get Wings, Arbitrage Hanover, and Nothing But Finesse. So House Edge Hanover coming in off a break in his latest, dropping down back where he should dominate, in my opinion. And so I'm looking for Jill Barrio and House Edge Hanover to either go right down the highway or a little give and go early back to the front and then continue to roll on right to the wire. Good price right now at 7-2.
Okay, and you're staying inside here, going to the 2, JK Last Chance here for Kenny Arsenault.
Yeah, JK Last Chance. Another one with really good gate speed. Was a front-end winner for Hughes last time out. Now winner 17-21 last 4. Hughes put him right on the engine, right down the road, 53-4. Classy veteran, 9 years old by So Surreal for the veteran Kenny Arsenault. He trains and drives. This guy has 25 lifetime wins. Should be really handy here again tonight. I think he should be up close to the action, so I'm going to put him in there for the deuce. I think House Edge Hanover will cut it. This guy could sit the 2-hole. That guy that's breathing down his neck right now may have something to say about it. Murner and Trumpster Blues, but they're coming in off a park job in their latest, so they may be still licking their wounds. May go to a different plan here tonight, Peter, but we'll see when the wing's full what will happen, but that's the way I see it playing out here. So I'm going to put JK Last Chance in for the deuce at 7-1.
And you're going to round it out. You're going right 1, 2, and now 3. Dusty
Easiest
Lane.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's right. Dusty Lane Levi. Driver change to Paul Langell today.
Yeah, Langell gets along good with any horse. So Dusty Lane Levi coming in off a win down in class there, 54 flat, 28-2. And he handled himself quite well up at this level. If you look where he was a 2nd and 3rd place finisher back in June, early June. And so I'm looking for him to be a part of this ticket. He has a good closing kick, 27-4, 2 back, 28-2 last time out with that victory as he made his way to the front and got the job done by neck. So we'll put him in there for the show prize. I thought he'd be a little longer on the board, but currently you're getting 4-1 on him. Even money on the 6 Trumpster Blues. 9-5 on my top play here. House Edge Hanover. As the field for the 4th lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, it's post time. And this is the Paulette Roberts Memorial. So we'll go up to Vance Cameron for the call on this one.
House Edge Hanover, J.K. Last Chance, Dusty Lane Levi, Mr. Riley, Captain Highliner, Trumpster Blues, half a dozen noses up on the gate. 4th race, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Dusty Lane, Levi, and House Edge Hanover at the rail. Splitting them is J.K. Last Chance, the 3rd one to make the turn. To get away 4th, Mr. Riley. Captain Highliner goes 5th, trailing the field. That is Trumpster Blues. On the backstretch they go. House Edge Hanover at the rail, the leader. Dusty Lane Levi will keep coming here from the outside. He'll take over top spot. In line to Paul Langell. House Edge Hanover and Barrio says it's given go time here in the front end. And House Edge Hanover reclaims the lead up at 27-4 opener. Dusty Lane Levi now 2nd. J.K. Last Chance coming out of the turn 3rd. Then in 4th it's Mr. Riley. 5th is Captain Highliner. And Trumpster Blues, the post-time favorite, will have to circle the field. He trails at the half mile, led by House Edge Hanover. Dusty Lane Levi goes 2nd, 3rd. J.K. Last Chance. Trumpster Blues makes his move now, coming 4th on the outside. 5th up the rail is Mr. Riley. On the outside, 6th. Captain Highliner, 57, and 3 was the half. They're going to 3/4, led by House Edge Hanover. Trumpster Blues is picked up 2nd now. 3rd up the rail, Dusty Lane Levi. 4th is J.K. Last Chance. Captain Highliner on the outside, 5th, and up the rail, 6th. Mr. Riley, the 3/4 in 1, 26-3, and they're stride for stride with an 1/8 of a mile to go. House Edge Hanover at the rail, right alongside Trumpster Blues. 3rd is Dusty Lane Levi. Deep stretch now on the wire. House Edge Hanover. Trumpster Blues will get there on the end for Murner. 2nd, that's House Edge Hanover. We'll need a show photo. 154 flat.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 4. You thought that House Edge Hanover would be on the front Barrio in the 2-hole briefly out and around, and he cuts it.
Yeah, I thought they'd give all the respect to Barrio on the rail, and it looked like that was the case. But Dusty Lane, Levi, and Langell, I thought Kenny May should have stayed out there too wide around that first turn, made Langell take back. But Langell, a little give and go with House Edge Hanover early. Back to the front for Barrio, 27-4, 57-3. Different tactics this week for Trumpster Blues. I thought they might try different tactics after being parked last time out, and so they did. They took back early, came first up, and didn't come too hard. Just, took it easy there, 57-3, 126-3, just pacing himself on the outside, and Murner trips out perfectly here, just grinding away. First up with Trumpster Blues as they get back on a winning note here, 154 They rebound off a tough trip last time out to get it done here in the fourth. We'll see Trumpster Blues and Murner back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner Circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Paulette's parents, George and Regina Murphy, were involved in the harness racing industry in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Owning horses like another Macca and Mr. Jollity. Her brother Pat drove her other brother Huey and his wife Pam's horse, Kennel Classic, to a new Charlottetown and Maritime track record for trotting in the early 90s. Paulette's sister Marcia and her husband Randy are still involved in the horse racing business, racing horses in Ontario and Alberta. Tonight, the Roberts family is happy to have 4-month-old Harper Paulette here to watch her first horse race in memory of her beautiful grandmother. Trumpster Blues will make his way to the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from tonight's fourth race. Bay Pacing Stallion, he's 6 by Always Be Mickey off the Rich's Hanover Dam, Simply Irresistible. Oma Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart, bred by Ernie Lambright of Indiana, trained by David O'Brien. Adam Murner has his second winner tonight for the double and the mile at 1:54 with a closing quarter of 27 and 2. Trumpster Blues captures the Paulette Roberts Memorial with the Winner's Circle presentation.
This race replay is presented by All Star Cresting, Atlantic Canada's most trusted screen printing, embroidery, and on-site events company. Since 2014, owners Joel and Jeremy Watts and their knowledgeable staff have been providing clients with top quality products and merchandise along with excellent customer service. Stop by one of their locations, bring them to your next community event, or contact them online at allstarcresting.ca. And always remember, at All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Here's the official results from the fourth race. House Edge Hanover second. J.K. Last Chance third. Dusty Lane Levi fourth. Mr. Riley was fifth. Captain Highliner finished sixth. Trumpster Blues was the race winner. They went 27 and 4, 57 and 3, 126 and 3, and the mile in a 154. From the top, your program reads 234 561. Trumpster Blues, $3 to win. Exactor, $5.80. Triactor, $13.20. And the Superfecta was $3.60. Fifth race is the Angelo Robert Smith Memorial. Number 1, Moonrider, owned by Debbie Elliman from Barquois, Quebec. Trained by Keith Ford, Brady Sweet driving. 2 is First Glance, owned by Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Trained by Jennifer Doyle, David Dowling. Power of 4, number 3, Erwin Neal of Charlottetown, owns, trains, and drives. 5-star Dragon, number 4, Von Doyle of Charlottetown, owns and trains, driven by Ryan DeRage. Number 5, Bohannon, owned by Krista Dunford from Dona, trained by Carson Wilkie, Corey McPherson up. Just Call Me Doc, number 6, owned by Douglas and David Neal, Keith Ford and Ben Matheson. Keith trains and drives. Friar Voltaire, number 7, owned by Eric and Luke Much, Douglas Molyneux and Basil Hunter, trained by Basil Hunter. Kenny Murphy. Number 8, Buddies and Virgins, owned by Ryan and Daryl Neal of Winslow. Daryl trains and drives. Number 9 is St. Charles Fireball, owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown, trained by Von Doyle. Jason Hughes. 5 minutes to post time, and gentlemen, we're coming up with our selections in the first super high 5 on this Harness the Hope night at the driving park, and we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm digging deep in here, gentlemen. Check out my morning lines. I got the 1 Moonrider. He hit the 10-1 shot. I'm using 9 St. Charles Fireball. He's the longest on the morning line, so I'm looking for boats in here. I went to the 5 Bohannon for triactor players. I used the 3 Power of 4. He's raced well for Irwin here in this meet. I closed it out with the 7 Friar Voltaire. 19537. I'm looking for a big-time key to the shop here tonight. Gentlemen, your choices.
Yeah, we were just talking off Mike Vance how evenly matched this group is. A real head-scratcher, a real puzzler in this 5th race. But I'm going to go with the 2. I like the 2 First Glance. I just think he and Dowling get along great together, and they could be headed to the front end, so I'll put them on top. I like Moonrider. I like your pick, Vance, for 2nd. I'm going to put Power of 4 in there for 3rd, and then I'm going to go to the 5 Bohannon, who has 3 seconds in a row prior to that 4th last time out. So we'll put that one in for 4th, and then I'm going to throw in the 9 St. Charles Fireball at long morning line odds and 15-1 on the board. Peter, who do you like?
This reminds me of the first race. Really hard to pick a winner. This one, again, very close. I'm going to the 1 as well. I do like Moonrider with the 2 First Glance, the 3 Power of 4, the 7 Friar Voltaire, and the 6 Just Call Me Doc. So, yeah, we're all over the map here, and there's Mel Keith, Garnet Barnsdale, and Ken Warkins. There's lots of ways to go here in race number 5.
And they're not in agreement either, Peter. They're all over the page as well. So a lot of different ways you can go with this super high 5 in the 5th.
Also want to mention today lots of great things happening here with Harness the Hope. And we got to give a big shout out to Isla, Anna Grace, Taylor, Ava, and Olivia. Now, they sold lemonade in the barn area today and almost raised $200, Kurt, for the cause here today. So congratulations to those girls. What a great job that is. And they also want to, they're doing great work.
Yeah.
And they want to thank Sam Heffernan as well for letting them use the ponies in the mini races. And Kurt, after the races today, if you're here on track, the mini ponies are going to go.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep,
Oh,
they're going.
wow.
They're
Nice.
going. Yeah. So, again, that's a nice treat for the folks here.
Absolutely.
And again, congrats to the girls for raising the money as part of Harness the Hope Day.
Yeah, the harness racing industry never disappoints.
Nope.
And all the harness racing participants, they do a fantastic job, and you can see that they're passing it down to their children.
Yes.
With them doing the lemonade. How cute is that?
Excellent.
And then $200. That's pretty
Yeah,
good. So
yeah.
congrats to the girls on that big achievement. It's all going to a great cause. Your parents very proud, I would say.
Yep, great job. So under a minute to go here before the fifth, Kurt, and we'll take a quick look before we go here. It looks like first glance, and I think the batters are pretty sharp here, Kurt. Dowling's back, and
Yeah.
he's on first glance here. Dropping down, they're going to go to him here, 3-5.
Yeah, they all remember how great they were together in years past. That horse, just incredible when he gets to the front end, but he really swells up when he gets there, and when he doesn't, he does not fare out too well. As you can see on his lines, he hasn't picked up a check in his last 5 on the program. I don't know about before that, but dropping down here to this bottom level, reunited with Dowling. If they can get to the front end, I think they will be tough to beat. But again, if you want to take a little risk in this one and don't want to play the 3-5 shot, take a look, Peter, at the board. Great value all over the place in this one.
It really is. And I also want to mention today, Kurt, the PEI Standardbred Breeders Symposium. So that's coming up on Monday, July 27th. It's at the PEI Farm Center. Doors open at 6:30. It starts at 7. It's a good group as well. I know, Kurt, you're familiar with some of these folks.
Yeah, Winback. I think.
Pat Woods.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pat Woods will be here from Winback. And Jesse Bellor from Princeton Farms.
Bellor, yeah.
So, again, just want to remind folks about the Standardbred Breeders Symposium. It's
Great.
Monday.
Yeah, and great to have them here. And they're offering to go to your farm if you want them to help you out on best practices for breeding. They volunteered their time to go out to your farm and help take a look at your spot and see what they can do to help you make your breeding operation a little better. So
very
great
nice
to have them here.
Yeah, very nice. Again, if you're interested in attending the symposium, it is Monday night, July the 27th at the Farm Center. Doors open at 6:30, and the symposium starts at 7. Okay, getting set for race number 5 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. Horses lining up behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
Moonrider, first glance, power of 4, 5-star Dragon, Bohannon. Just call me Doc, Friar Voltaire, Buddies and Virgins. Up front, that is the Frontier. We have a trailer in here. St. Charles, Fireball, top of the stretch. Ready for a start. First glance is way back in here. They're off and pacing and up the rail. It'll be Moonrider to lead this field out. Power of 4 got away second. Coming up third, Bohannon. Away fourth, St. Charles Fireball. Then in fifth, it's 5-star Dragon. 6, Just Call Me Doc. 7th is Friar Voltaire. Then in 8th, that is Buddies and Virgins. And first glance, he never made the start in here. On the backstretch and approaching the opening quarter, led by Moonrider, in line to Brady Sweet. 2-hole ride to Power of 4, racing from third. On the cones, Bohannon. Now fourth is St. Charles Fireball, racing from fifth. That's 5-star Dragon, 28. And 3 the quarter. Just Call Me Doc is 6. Friar Voltaire 7th. And in 8th, that is Buddies and Virgins. They approach the opening half mile, and Moonrider, the veteran pacer, halfway home in the super high 5. Tracking second, Power of 4, Bohannon goes third. St. Charles Fireball 4th. Halfway home time in 58 seconds flat. Over to the 5H next. Moonrider, the leader. Power of 4, the 2-hole ride. Bohannon continuing third. St. Charles Fireball He's in fourth. Five-Star Dragon has fifth. Then in sixth on the outside, Friar Voltaire. At the rail, Just Call Me Doc is seventh. And the trailer, that's Buddies and Virgins, are on by the three-quarters now. Moon Rider still by 2 in 1. 27 and 2. Racing from second, Power of 4. Bohannon on the outside third. Fourth is Five-Star Dragon. Up the inside, Just Call Me Doc fifth. They're in the lane now. And Moon Rider will take Brady Sweet on top at every call. Bohannon rallied for the deuce. Third is Power of 4. And the time for the mile in 1:56 flat. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a judge's inquiry here in the fifth race. It involves number 2, First Glance, and the start. Retain your tickets, please.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 5 today on Harness the Hope Day. And Kurt, we talked about him in the pre-race. What a classy vet this guy is, Moon Rider. And he showed his back class today on the front.
Yeah, turning back the clock in here. Moon Rider, 14-year-old veteran by Sports Rider, picks up his 53rd career victory, his first of the season. Brady Sweet, great drive by him here, well rated on the front end, 28-3, half 58, 127-2 to the three-quarters. Time of the mile, 1:56 flat. He looked good here tonight. Moon Rider gets it done here in the fifth, the Angela Roberts Smith Memorial. Family and friends will be trackside with the winner, and if you got the 2 on your ticket, I would hold on to that ticket. So an inquiry here in the fifth as we take a look at the judges will take a look at the inquiry and the start of the 2 First Glance. So hold on to all tickets here in this fifth race. We'll see Moon Rider. They're back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will be a complete refund of all monies wagered on number 2, First Glance. In the fifth race, if you wagered on number 2, First Glance, your money will be refunded at any par mutual window. This fifth race is sponsored by Jamie Smith in loving memory of his wife, Angela Roberts Smith. Angela's love of horses began at a young age and stayed with her throughout her life. A former Gold Cup girl, she also raised foals and beautifully captured mares and foals through her photography. Above all, Angela believed deeply in the care and welfare of these incredible animals. We are honored to remember her tonight and celebrate the lasting impact she made on the harness racing community. And here comes Moon Rider. The 14-year-old veteran will visit the winner's circle for the 53rd time of his career. Moon Rider, bay-pacing stallion. He's 14 by Sports Rider off the Rustler Hanover Dam, Carolina Moon. Owned by Debbie Element from Barraquois, Quebec. Bred by David Hefferning from Ontario. Trained by Keith Ford, Brady Sweet. Put the veteran pacer on top at every call tonight. Winning in 1:56. Moon Rider in the Super High 5 at trackside, the Angela Roberts Smith Memorial Winner's Circle presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in the fifth race. Moon Rider the winner. First Glance did not finish and was refunded. Power of 4 third. Five-Star Dragon fourth. Bohannon finished second. Just Call Me Doc was sixth. Friar Voltaire finished fifth. Buddies and Virgins was 8th. St. Charles Fireball finished 7th. They went 28 and 3, 58, 127 and 2, and the mile in 156. In review, it's 1 did not finish, refund 3, 4 2 6, 5 8 7. Moonrider paid $4.90. Exactor $9.40, Triactor $27.40, and the Super High Five was $176.35.
Okay, working on race number 6 today from Charlottetown. Harness to Hope Day here, just a great day. We've seen some beautiful trackside presentations. Everybody in pink here today. There'll be some awards, and we thank all the sponsors for their continued support of Harness to Hope here on Prince Edward Island. It is the 8th annual. And Kurt, we also want to give a big shout out to Mark Campbell and Keith Legg. They'll be driving tomorrow in Clinton.
Mark Campbell, Keith Legg, Clinton tomorrow afternoon. Clinton's a half-mile track, similar to what they're used to. So I think these two guys on the screen right now have a big advantage. I know the guys from the other jurisdictions, I know they can drive on a half-mile track, but these two guys, born and raised, you know, just racing in the Maritimes on half-mile tracks, I think they just have a little bit of an edge. So if their mounts are live tomorrow, I think they got a really good shot at possibly winning it all.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're going to represent the Atlantic region. Of course, Mark has done some great things over the years, as we know. He's captured a lot of driving titles. I think
They
he's
got to have the horsepower, though.
Yeah, they got to have the power
Got to
tomorrow.
have the power tomorrow. So hopefully they can get some live mounts. So best of luck to the boys tomorrow. Mark Campbell and Keith Legg participating in the National Driving Championship. Tomorrow afternoon in Clinton, we'll be tuned in, Peter.
Yeah, we sure will. Good luck to them and all the other guys. I know it's been a great weekend there. Post-parade next for the 6th.
Best Miss Cooper Memorial for the 6th race. The run parade, She's All Lady 1, owned by Carly Ward of Charlottetown, trained by Mickey Gallant, Paul Langell. Number 2, Vince, owned by Della J of Charlottetown, Vaughn Doyle trains and drives. 3 is Hurricane Fiona, owned and trained by Tiffany Ball of Charlottetown, Ryan DeRoche. Number 4 is Over When It's Over, owned by Robbie and Simon Hughes of Stratford, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes driving. Five is Captain Vespa G, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. and driven by Miles Heffernan Sr. The Potion is Motion 6, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes, driven by Adam Murder. Yeah, Boy John, number 7, owned by Kendra Holroyd and Suzanne Ramsey, trained by Mark Bradley, Corey McPherson. Eagles Claw 8 is owned and trained by Carson Wilkie from Tarentum, Brody McPhee driving. All positive number 9, Miles Heffernan Jr. of Somerville, owns, trains, and drives. 3 minutes to post time. Ladies and gentlemen, management and staff with Red Shores and the PEI Harness Racing Industry Association would like to pay tribute to a member of our community who passed away since our last racing program. Our condolences to the family and friends of the late Luke Myers. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, a minute to go here before race number 6 this afternoon. We're going to land on the 4 here. Over when it's over for Robbie and Simon Hughes. They own Ashley Games to Trains. Jason Hughes does the driving, Kurt, your brother, and he's looking for win number 3.
Yeah, he could get the hat trick here aboard Over when it's over for Robbie and Simon Hughes, coming in off a good 5th and 59 in a PEI Coast State grassroots event. They got to the lead early, ended up sitting in the 2-hole, ended up 5th in there. As I mentioned, 59 flat. Had a good runner-up finish in an overnight back in Charlottetown, 59 and 3 in behind the Feast, and then a good third in 59 and 4 before that. So hit the board in 4 consecutive starts in this now winners of 1 here in Charlottetown. Pretty good trip up in Summerside in that PEI Coast State grassroots event. Good starting spot for him tonight. He's all decked out as well. Looks like he's picture ready, Peter,
Yeah.
And his driver.
Well, his driver's but already has a couple of pictures today.
His hands are a little more on the red shade than pink because they are hot.
They are.
So he's looking for his 3rd victory here tonight. Jason Hughes aboard Over when it's over here at 3 to 4.
And here is the 7, Kurt. This is Yeah Boy John here for Corey McPherson today. Mark Bradley is the trainer, and Corey's going to do the driving. And this guy usually likes to leave, Kurt. So even from post 7 there, I see a line where Corey shot out of there with him. So I think maybe they'll be a little aggressive here tonight.
Oh, yeah, for a free-legged horse. And Corey gets along great with the Bet the Moons, and this guy loves to leave. He can push the gate right out just like he did, as you mentioned there, from post 7, 4 starts back. He ended up 5th on that day, but his last couple starts, he's really learning how to do it. He knows what he's on the track for lately, and that's to race. And his last two, he came away with deuces, 59-4, and his latest was a nice one there in Summerside, 58-4 in behind Pownell Bay. Andrew, he's all decked out in pink tonight too. He's got the pink saddle pad on.
Wow,
to
the
boot.
ribbons. The
Yeah,
harness, the hope.
yeah.
Oh,
and
look at the shoes,
Yeah,
too.
and look at his feet. He's
Yeah.
got them painted pink.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
Wow, I think he's got to be up for best dress, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Holy
definitely.
moly,
Yeah.
wow, does he look good?
Yeah. So
Is
yeah,
that Mark Bradley doing that, do you think?
yeah, it could be Mark.
Yeah.
Mark, yeah, is definitely probably the one putting the pink paint on the.
I think it
on the
might
feet.
be, you know?
Yeah.
Stylish
Could
guy
be.
himself.
He is a very stylish
Yes,
guy.
Yes, all right. Well, I think he's in the running for, now he could win this race, but maybe an award today for Hearns to Hope.
Yeah, and I don't know if we got a camera on the backstretch, but maybe Mark's decked out in pink himself.
He could be.
So,
we never know. Maybe we'll get somebody on that.
Yes, we're going to have to get someone on it, report back to us. But yeah, boy, John definitely has a shot, as does the 5, Captain Vespa G.
Yeah.
Yeah, Miles
Nice.
Heffernan in the seat here tonight for Miles Heffernan Jr. Jackie Heffernan of Somerville is the owner. Coming in off of 4th in 2 minutes, Peter. And this is another one that has really good gate speed. So I think those two horses will be firing off the gate, and so will Jason. So my 3 picks could be all swinging into that first turn together. So we'll see how it plays out, but it's setting up to be a good one here in the 6. The 5, 14-1. Yeah, boy, John at 3-1. Still the favorite, my top play. Over when it's over, 3-4 on the board as the field for the 6 lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is the Beth Smith Cooper Memorial. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
She's all lady, Vince, Hurricane Fiona, over when it's over, Captain Vespa G. The potion is motion, Yaboy John, Eagles Claw, the trailer, oh, positive, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Off stride at the rail when she's all lady. And there they go, off and pacing, and they're right on the gate here getting out. And that's Captain Vespa G going to lead it. Racing from second as they round the turn. Oh, and going off stride now. That's over when it's over. He hit the run as the heavy favorite on the backstretch, and a lot of confusion in the early going here. Up front, it's Captain Vespa G and Miles Heffernan Sr. They're out in front by 3. Yeah, boy, John comes out of the pack second. Now in third, Hurricane Fiona. 4th is O Positive. Eagles Claw has 5th. The potion is motion 6. Then in 7th as they round the turn, Vince. 8th is over when it's over. She's all lady is 9th. And down the stretch they come, and they're strung out as they arrive at the half mile next. And up front on the lead, Captain Vespa G. Racing from second is Yaboy John. Continuing in third, Hurricane Fiona. Eagles Claw now 4th. 5th up the rail, that is O Positive. There goes the inquiry sign. Race number 6, under an inquiry, retain your tickets. 57 seconds flat was the half. Captain Vespa G, the leader. Yeah, boy, John is second. Hurricane Fiona third. 4th from the outside is Eagles Claw. O Positive 5th. In 6th, the potion is motion. Vince on the outside 7th. 8 over when it's over. On the outside, she's all lady 9th. The 3/4 in 1. 27-2. Captain Vespa G clear by 3. Yeah, boy, John is second. Hurricane Fiona third. In 4th, Eagles Claw. They're on the wire next. Captain Vespa G goes all the way for Miles Heffernan Sr. Yeah, boy, John held second. Hurricane Fiona's up third in 1:57.4. Reminder of the inquiry here in race number 6. There is a judge's inquiry underway. Please retain your tickets.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 6 today from Redshores in Charlottetown. brought to you by Universal Media. Kurt, you talked about this guy just before we went here, Captain Vespa G, and you thought there was a couple of breakers, but you thought that Miles would be aggressive off the wings.
Yeah, I thought the 5 and 7 would come out swinging early. They both showed early gate speed, and they did. They sat 1-2. I thought Over When It's Over would leave out well here tonight as well, but he made a little skip there going into the first turn. So unfortunate miscue early for him. Took himself right out of the race, but Captain Vespa G, Heffernan's horses, they can all push the gate out, and this one is very good at leaving and got to the lead. 28-3, monster trip here tonight. Shows not a line on his card better than 2 minutes. Well, tonight he just stopped the clock in 1:57.4 off a half and 57 3/4, 1:27.2. He breaks his maiden in impressive fashion here tonight. Again, the score for him 1:57.4 for Captain Vespa G. And we'll see him back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2 inquiries underway in the 6th grade involving the break on one She's All Lady at the start and involving the conduct of the race going to the opening 8th. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Beth Smith Cooper Memorial to his dearly loved mother, wife, daughter, and friend, Beth lost her hard-fought battle with cancer in December of 2023 at the age of 53. Harness racing was always a part of Beth's life, traveling to racetracks with her parents, making lasting friendships and memories. Beth had hope. Hope for a future free of cancer. Hope that her children, nor anyone, would not have to go through a cancer journey. Hope that by participating in cancer trials and research, she could play a role in making this a reality by advancing science and shaping the future of oncological care. Beth had an incredible passion and commitment to the cancer cause. She never gave up hope. Her family hopes that advocacy events like Harness the Hope make a difference in the lives of those impacted by cancer. Here comes Captain Vespa G into the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle in the 6th. Bay pacing gelding 3 by Captain Crunch from the I Scoot Hanover Dam, Velocity Vespa. Owned by Jackie Heffernan of Somerville, bred by Misty Ridge Stables of Indiana. Trained by Miles Heffernan Jr. and driven to victory by Miles Heffernan Sr., he will pace to a maiden record tonight of 1:57.4. Captain Vespa G wires the 6, and at trackside, the Beth Smith Cooper Memorial Winner's Circle presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, dealing with the first judge's inquiry here in the 6th race, there's going to be a refund of all monies wagered on number 9, O Positive. That horse had interference prior to the start. General refund of all monies wagered on number 9, O Positive, in this 6th race.
Okay, here's a look at the ongoing judges' inquiry in this 6th race. So this is what judges are looking at. Action going into the first turn. So just hold on to all tickets here as we wait for the judges' decision in the 6th.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the results of the second judge's inquiry in race number 6. Racing officials deemed that number 4, Over When It's Over, made the break on his own in the first turn, interfering with numbers 2, 6, 7, and 8. All those horses finishing ahead of number 4. There's no placings required. Here are the official results from the 6th race. She's All Lady was 8th. Vince finished 6th. Hurricane Fiona 3rd. Over When It's Over was 9th. Captain Vespa G, the race winner. The Potion is Motion was 7th. Ya Boy John finished 2nd. Eagle's Claw was 4th. And O Positive finished 5th and was refunded for interference prior to the start. The fractions were 28 and 3, 57, 127 and 2, and the mile in 157 and 4. In review, it's 863, 917, 245, and was refunded. Captain Vespa G paid $28.70 to win. Exactor $123.50, Triactor $143.90, Superfecta carryover. John Furness Memorial is the 7th on parade. Brookdale George 1, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell driving. 2, Dr. Grenfell, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes, driven by Kenny Murphy. Raising Sand is number 3. The owners are Todd Walsh, Sean McAdam, Lance Jones, and Donnie McFadden, trained by Todd Walsh, driven by Adam Murner. Keisha's Treasure, number 4, owned by Blaze Rogerson of Trackety Cross, trained by Brendan Mullen. Tonight, David Dowling. Number 5 is Spacchero, owned by Mike Slana from Belfast, trained by Raymond White. Jason Hughes up. Here Comes Emmett, number 6, is owned and trained by Melvin Gamester of Hunter River, driven by Gilles Barrio. Neptune Sealster 7, owned by Carly Ward, Mickey Galland, and Nicole McPherson. Mickey does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. 8 is Cowboy Logic, owned by Morris McCabe, Angus Burt, Eva McPherson, and George Burke. Harold Shepard trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time. Back down to Kurt Hughes and Peter McPhee at the HBI broadcast desk with the race day recap, presented by Metro Home Building Center.
That's right, fans. Let's take a look at that race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. In tonight's first race, it was the 5 Mock Art in Motion. And Hughes set up a perfect second over trip, tipped 3 wide at the top of the stretch. They're going to fan out in deep stretch, and Mockart in motion, and Hughes are going to time it perfectly to get up for the win in 158 off a half and 58 and 4. Good trip for Mockart in motion there in the opener, the 519 try. It paid 105.30.
Yeah, race number 2 today, and it was someplace, somewhere for Adam Murner. The 2-year-old colt by Somewhere Fancy looked good on the backside through 29 and 2, 59 and 4. Big move, carried the momentum through the 3/4, 129 and 1, and able to win it in the end. A real nice win, 157 and 4 for Someplace Somewhere. Adam Murner, they get it done. Bet 'em Relentless was good. He was second, and then Phil in Danger was third. 7, 4, and 3, 240, 110.
Great pays in that second race. Over to race 3, Shanghai Whiskey and Hughes. They kept their winning streak intact. They were coming into that race with 3 straight victories. Well, they just notched their 4th straight. Hughes put them on the front end. 27 and 4, 57 and 1, 127 and 1. Kicked home in 28 and 3 for the front end victory in 155 and 4. He went right to his mark, and the try was a pretty good one. 314. 71.80.
Race number 4, tip your hat to Trumpster Blues. He came first up, and it was a long one today for Trumpster Blues and Murner because Househead Chandler wanted to cut it. He likes the front end for Barrio, 27 and 4. They were bossing 57 and 3, grinding first up Trumpster Blues. They battled down the lane, and you can see at the very end he reaches up and nips Househead Hanover on the wire, 154 flat. Yeah, you got to tip your hat to him. He raced good today. Trumpster Blues wins it. Househead Hanover game second. JK last chance third. The 61 was 580. 612 at 1320.
And the old veteran Moonrider on the rail in race 5. Brady Sweet put him right on the front end. Moonrider, 14 years old by Sports Writer. He's looking for his first win of the campaign this year, and his connections will remember this one. This is his 14-year-old season, so this is his last year of racing. He got it done tonight on Harness the Hope night, right on the front end, half 58, 127 and 2. They stopped the clock in 156 flat. And the 153 ticket, it paid $27.40.
Race number 6, we just saw it here, and what a performance by Captain Vespa G and Miles Heffernan. Like Kurt said, the Heffernan horses, they can go right off the switch, and they did today. 28 and 3, 57, no looking back for Miles Senior. 127 and 2, Daylight Late, 157 and 4, coast to coast at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Captain Vespa G and Miles Heffernan Sr. Nice trip. And how about the win ticket, 28-20 on the nose? Yeah, boy, John in for second. Hurricane Fiona was third. The 5-7, 123.50, and the 5-7 all, 143.90. And that was the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Okay, getting close here in race number 7. Kurt, you and I both like the 4 here, Geese's Treasure. Looked good last time out at the 651, but has to bump up today and gets Dowling in the seat.
Yeah, I'm extremely worried about the if this guy does get the job done, because he is not a fan of getting his picture taken Geisha's Treasure, but he was large and in charge last time out, winning by 9 1/4 in 55 flat for Campbell. Dowling gets the live drive here tonight for the Brendan Mullen trainee. Geisha's Treasure looking to go back-to-back, and I think they can, even though they're bumping up in class. They got the same post again this week, so I think Dowling will just head right down the highway with them here tonight. And the betting public also on board with the 4, 3 to 5.
And also winning groom appreciation gifts for each race winner this evening are sponsored and being presented by RBC Wealth Management. We want to thank them for being part of this year's event.
Okay, Geisha's Treasure still taking all the money on the board right now at 1-2 as the field for the 7th lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for the 7th. John Furness Memorial up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Brookdale George, Dr. Grenfell, Raising Sand, Geisha's Treasure, Spacchero. Here comes Emmett, Neptune, Sealster, and Cowboy Logic. Now at the top of the stretch. Oh, got an old family friend down on the tarmac on the rail, Bird. That's Greg Dean. He's joining us tonight here on Harness the Hope Night in Charlottetown. 7th race post time. Off and pacing, Geisha's Treasure fires out from the center. On the rail, Brookdale George is second. Traffic a little tight into the turn. Dr. Grenfell comes up third. Moving into fourth from the outside is Neptune Sealster. On the cones, fifth. That's Raising Sand. On the outside, sixth. Cowboy Logic. Then in seventh, that's Spacchero, followed by the trailer. Here comes Emmett along the backstretch and arriving up the opening quarter. Geisha's Treasure for David Dowling, showing the way. Dropped in for the 2-hole ride is Dr. Grenfell, now in third. That's Neptune Sealster. Fourth at the rail is Brookdale George on the turn. Raising Sand fifth. Racing from sixth, that is Cowboy Logic. Seventh is Spacchero, and then the trailer. Here comes Emmett. 28-1 was the quarter, and here comes the half mile next, led by Geisha's Treasure. 2-hole ride, Dr. Grenfell. Then in third is Neptune Sealster. Fourth, that is Brookdale George. Now fifth, that's Raising Sand. 57 and 2 was the half. Racing from 6 and edged out as they race round the turn, Cowboy Logic. 7th, Spacchero. And here comes Emmett continuing to trail. Halfway up the backstretch they go to 3/4 next. Geisha's Treasure the leader. Dr. Grenfell is second. Up on the outside, Brookdale George now third. Fourth at the rail, that is Neptune Sealster. 3/4 in 1, 26 and 3. 1/8 of a mile out. And Geisha's Treasure trying to take them all the way for Dowling. Dr. Grenfell is second. On the outside, Brookdale George. They're in deep stretch now. Dr. Grenfell keeps coming. Here on the outside, Dr. Grenfell with Kenny Murphy. Geisha's Treasure second. Brookdale George third in 1:55 and 4.
Okay, here's the slow-mo 4, race number 7 from Redshores in Charlottetown. We thought this had happened, Geisha's Treasure on the front, but it worked out for the 2 Dr. Grenfell. Kurt, perfect pocket ride.
Perfect pocket ride. He's been a good horse over the last couple of years for Nick Oakes. Nick's gotten a lot out of this guy since he moved into his stable last year, and just still kind of a subpar effort from him, like so far this year through 15 starts. He's 7 for 15 in the top 3, but still yet to find the winner's circle. Well, tonight he does. He had a good two-hole ride. Murphy drove him perfectly, setting up shop in the two-hole behind Geisha's Treasure, who cut the fractions 57-2, 126-3. I thought Geisha's Treasure would go right down the road here tonight, but Dr. Grenfell up for the battle in deep stretch, and he reaches up and gets his nose on the line first there for Murphy. 155-4 as he notches his first win of 2026, and he does it on Harness the Hope night. A fantastic win from Dr. Grenfell and Murphy here in race 7. They'll be back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, John Furnace had a lifelong love of harness racing and horses. Throughout his years of cancer treatment, including a bone marrow transplant and the treatments that followed, John did everything he could to remain connected to the sport he loved. With the generous support of many friends, he was able to stay involved in harness racing. We need to remember all the people that came before us who helped shape as well as participated in the industry. Tonight, as we present this cooler, family and friends come together and fondly remember John Furnace. And here comes Dr. Grenfell to the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from the 7th, pacing Brown Gelding, the 6-year-old son of Shadow Play, off the Cam's Card Shark Dam Game Table, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland. Bred by Winback Farm. Trained by Nick Oakes, Kenny Murphy guides him to victory tonight in 155-4. Dr. Grenfell in the John Furnace Memorial with the Winner's Circle presentation. Now the official results from the 7th, Brookdale George 3rd. Dr. Grenfell was the race winner. Raising Sand finished 8th. Geisha's Treasure was 2nd. Spack Gerald finished 4th. Here Comes Emmett was 7th. Neptune Sealster finished 5th. Cowboy Logic was 6th. The fractions were 28-1, 57-2, 126-3, and the mile in 155-4. In review, 318, 24756. Dr. Grenfell paid $770. Exactor $15, Triactor $50.50, and the super factor was $21.32.
Okay, working on race number 8. We'll get to our picks in just a moment here, but we have a special guest with us today. It's Michelle Hughes, and she's with Hope Happens Here Wellness Retreat. And Michelle, welcome to Harness the Hope.
Thank you. We're super excited to be here. We're one of the recipients this evening, and we're so grateful for the awesome turnout here tonight.
Now, you were telling me you're a little familiar with harness racing, so just a quick backstory on how you're connected to the game.
Sure. So my grandfather was WJR Mac McDonald, and he's had horse races all of my life, and I actually grew up here at the racetrack as a young girl, pulling the numbers off, tagging on with him, and it's been a wonderful memory to be back here and to experience harness racing again.
Well, we're glad you're here with us today. Now, tell us about Hope Happens Here Wellness Retreat and what you folks do.
Yeah, so Hope Happens Here is a women's wellness retreat for cancer survivors, thrivers, and conquerors. It is a fee-free retreat. So what that means is they get to come for 2.5 days at Blackbush Resort, and we get to pamper them and bring together like-minded women who have also heard the words, "You have cancer." I myself am a stage 4 cancer thriver, and this is something that we knew was lacking, in particular on our island. So it's been so beautiful to come together to create this, but also to eliminate the financial barrier has been huge, and Harness the Hope has been a huge part of that, to be able to gift us with this beautiful donation to keep it going for years to come.
I was just going to say, how impressed are you with today? You walk in here, everybody's in pink. The guys on the bike are in pink. I mean, all the volunteers. It's just a great day.
It is absolutely beautiful. And I was here last year as we received the funds last year as well. And the turnout this year is like amazing. So thank you all so much for coming together.
And yourself, I mean, you are certainly relentless. I know you've done a lot. I'm just so proud to be actually talking to you today. I mean, you're just a terrific example of how to fight things and an inspiration for all. Thanks very much for coming today.
Thank you. I'm so grateful. Thank you again.
Yeah, thanks very much. And again, thanks for being here today. And again, best of luck on your journey.
Thank you so much.
Okay, that's Michelle Hughes, folks. Again, she's with the Hope Happens Here Wellness Retreat, and it's part of Harness the Hope, the 8th annual here on Prince Edward Island.
Eighth race, sponsored by Premier Mortgages. Mike May, they're on parade. Elroy Shiner 1, owned by Frank Sweet of Knutsford, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet driving. Two Cheeky Play, owned by Aubrey Cameron of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, and Corey McPherson of Cornwall. Corey trains and drives. Shadow's Terror number 3, owned by Greyland Farm of Stratford, and Joseph Gamba from Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. Trained by Lenny Myers, driven by Jason Hughes. Sports Teller number 4, owned by Rebecca McLeod, Gabby McNiven, Michael Arsenault, and Joey Farrell. Adam Murner trains and drives. Number 5 is ABC, owned by Dewar Burho, Charlottetown, trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy, above the wheels. 4 minutes to post time. Peter and Kurt are back with the top selections, but first, here's a message from Tourism PEI.
Every so often, it's nice to order your dinner on the ocean instead of on an app. Come find your island, Prince Edward Island.
Okay, working on race number 8 this afternoon, and we're going to the 3 here. Shadows Terror for the Greyland Farm and Joseph Gamba. Lenny Myers trains. Jason Hughes looking for win number 3 today, Kurt. And you got this guy on top of your ticket.
Shadows Terror, Jason Hughes in the seat here aboard Shadows Terror. 55 and change in the last 3 outings for Shadows Terror at the 1251 level. 1301s here tonight. Good closing quarters. 28 flat last time out. 29 and 1, 2 starts back. 28 and 4, 3 starts back. And then was a front end winner. 57 and 1 for Campbell down at the 951 level. This is a really evenly matched crowd here tonight. Elroy Shiner, great gate speed. Cheeky Play, good gate speed. And then on the outside, you get Sports Teller and ABC. So tough to find a winner in here, but I'll go with the Blue Knight Hughes here and Shadows Terror.
And the Harness the Hope team would like to send a special thank you to Rebecca and the events team here at Red Shores. They want to thank everyone for hosting and welcoming the Harness the Hope team each summer. Okay, here's the one, Elroy Shiner for Frank Sweet. Jeff Holmes trains. Brady Sweet already has a win today. And Kurt, this guy usually likes to be up near the action if he's on the inside.
Oh, yeah, and the horse and driver, they both love the front end. And Elroy Shiner with the pole position, you have to think he's going to be pushing out of there from the rail. He shows a couple nice trips, actually, 3 in a row. 57 last time out, 55 and 1, and then before that, 56 and 1. And take a look, pretty good closers on the end of it. 28 and 4 last time out, 28 and 2. The start before that, and first start off the bench, he closed in 29 up to 1651 levels. So he was at the 1251s last time out, had a good top 3 finish, and so I'll look for him to build on that. Another crack at a similar level here tonight, 1301s. He could be calling the shots on the front end. I'm looking for him to possibly cut it, and maybe my horse Shadows Terror. He likes that first up kind of grind on the outside. So that's the way I see it setting up here in this 8th race. I'll put Elroy Shiner in there for the deuce. He's currently 6-1.
Okay, and you're going to round it out with Cheeky Play here for Aubrey Cameron of Glace Bay. Shout out to Aubrey. I know he's watching today. And Corey McPherson trains and does the driving here. You like this guy for 3rd.
Yeah, last time he was in Charlottetown. Take a look at that effort. 54 and 1 closer, 28 and 1. Just back a length and a quarter at the finish. He had the rail, got a ground saving trip sitting in the 3-hole. And that's the way I see it setting up for him tonight, a ground-saving trip. But I do think he can do one better, not the 3-hole tonight. I think he'll be right in the pocket. And so we'll see what happens when the wings fold. Sports Teller on the outside, ABC as well. But I just think these inside 3 horses, we might get a program order start in this race, just with the one having so much gate speed. I think everybody, all the other drivers in here will be grabbing leather and taking back. So I think we could have, again, as I mentioned, a program start, and then I'll look for Shadows Terror to come first up and get the job done for Hughes. But Cheeky Play, if you're playing the exactor tries and super, definitely a good option in behind my top play. So you're getting 4-1 odds if you want to take a value shot at Cheeky Play and McPherson here in the 8th. Well, the tote board has the same thoughts I did when I looked at this page. Very evenly matched, and the tote board telling the same tale as we. The 8th race lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Elroy Shiner. Cheeky Play. Shadows Terror. Sports Teller. ABC. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing Elroy Shiner will fire to the front. Cheeky Play away second, third. Shadows Terror in fourth is Sports Teller, and ABC fifth. As the boys mentioned, they're in a programmed order start here in the 8th, going to the quarter, and the front-stepping Elroy Shiner will lead it for Brady Sweet. Second at the rail, Cheeky Play. In third, that's Shadows Terror. Fourth is Sports Teller, and ABC is fifth. On past that first quarter mile, Elroy Shiner in complete command for Brady Sweet off a 28-4 opener. Cheeky Play will get the 2-hole ride. Shadows Terror in mid-pack third. Fourth is Sports Teller and ABC fifth. Straight alignment towards the half mile they come next. Positions are unchanged, led by Elroy Shiner. He's halfway home. Cheeky Play on his back in the 2-hole. Shadows Terror goes third. Fourth is Sports Teller and ABC fifth. Into the paddock turn they go for the second time off of 58 and a 1 opening half mile. They're arriving at the 5/8 pole next. Elroy Shiner, the unchallenged leader. Second is Cheeky Play, and there goes Shadows Terror. He makes his move to the outside third, following out fourth. That is Sports Teller and ABC fifth. They're arriving at 3/4 right now, led by Elroy Shiner. First up from the outside, second is Shadows Terror. In the pocket, third is Cheeky Play. Sports Teller in fourth. ABC fifth, 127-1. 3/4 of a mile, and now that home stretch, they're in it now. Elroy Shiner trying to take them all the way. Shadows Terror on the outside. Cheeky Play at the rail. Elroy Shiner in line to Brady Sweet. Every call was a winning one. Shadows Terror second. Cheeky Play third in 155-2.
Okay, here's the slow-mo 4, race number 8 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon, brought to you by Universal Media. We talked about it in the pre-race. When he gets on the inside, he likes to cut the mile, Kurt, and he didn't let anybody go by him today.
Yeah, he loves the front end. I figured he'd be cutting it here tonight, and 28-4, that was an easy first quarter for him. 58-1, another easy fraction there for him in the middle part. 127-1. My top play comes first up here tonight, Shadows Terror and Hughes. They raced great here tonight. Just couldn't get past Elroy Shiner because he was large. Time in the mile, 155-2. Closing quarter, 28-1 for Elroy Shiner. He's faster than he was last year. This time he gets a season's best of 155-2. It's his first win of the campaign in his 5th start back, and it is his 43rd career victory. So he knows how to get the job done, and he does get it done here in the 8th race, the Premier Mortgages Mike May Pace. They'll be trackside with the winner, and the winner is Elroy Shiner, and they'll be back in that Crown Rust Protection winner circle next.
Longtime Harness the Hope PEI sponsor Mike May of Premier Mortgage Center is proud to once again support this annual event and its work helping islanders facing cancer diagnosis. The Harness the Hope PEI team is incredibly grateful to Mike for his years of continued support and for once again standing behind growing the program's services for cancer patients and survivors. Welcome back to the winner's circle, Mike. And in that winner's circle is Elroy Shiner. Bay pacing gelding 9, but where are we needy? From the Rambaran Dam. Rain Dance Heather. Owned by Frank Sweet of Knutsford. Bred by Cynthia Graham and William Wolfrey of Ontario. Trained by Jeff Holmes and Brady Sweet. Had him on top at every call. A winner in 155 and 2. Elroy Shiner wires the 8 with the Premier Mortgages Mike May Winner's Circle presentation. Now the official results in the 8th, Elroy Shiner the winner. Cheeky Play 3rd. Shadow's Terror was 2nd. Sports Teller finished 4th. ABC was 5th. They went 28 and 4. 58 and 1. 127 and 1. And the mile in a 155 and 2. In review, 13245. Elroy Shiner returning 720. The exactor 1810, the triactor $43, and the superfecta was $14.80.
Okay, working on race number 9. We've got some great racing here this afternoon, and it's been a great day here at Charlottetown with Harness the Hope PEI, the 8th annual. And Kurt, we've had a lot of funds raised today, and it goes to a lot of great places.
Absolutely. Harness the Hope PEI has been supporting Islanders facing cancer treatments for 8 years, and all 2026 proceeds will again directly support Hospice PEI, Hope Happens Here Wellness Retreat, and both the PCH and QEH hospital foundations.
Yeah, and there'll also be prizes awarded for the best dressed horse. We've seen a couple of nice ones today. Driver and trainer and a race fan as well. And in 2025, $50,000 was raised by Harness the Hope PEI, so we're hoping to match that or better today.
Yeah, and a great interview there with Michelle Hughes with Hope Happens Here.
Just a terrific person.
Such an inspiring girl. So thank her for her great work that she does with Hope Happens Here. Just a fantastic thing that she does. And so, and tough girl.
Yeah,
tough girl.
I said they did a run earlier this year in Cornwall, and they had thousands of people show up, Kurt, for it. It was a fundraiser, and it was just a terrific event. I remember driving around Cornwall that morning, and I couldn't believe all the people coming into Cornwall to
Incredible.
participate in this event. So
Awesome.
kudos to Michelle. She is a terrific person.
Ninth race is the Isabel McPhee Memorial. Number 1 Hunter's Hero, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford. Landon Campbell trains and drives. Malevolent 2 is owned by Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell of Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Paul Langell. 3 is Fast Louie, owned by Max Webster Stable. Jennifer Doyle and Ryan McLaughlin. Jennifer does the training, driven by David Dowling. 1 Wicked Man, number 4. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives for owner James Perot, Stratford. 5 is T.H. Boomtown, owned by Dr. Don Ling and Wayne McDougall of Stratford, trained by Ron Matheson. Gilles Barrio. Better Than Spring, number 6, owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec, trained by Tessa McKinnon. Kenny Murphy drives. Gigi's Dream, number 7, owned by Matt and David Burke of Stratford, Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, tonight out of Murder. Number 8, Brigus, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes, driven by Corey McPherson. All About the Cash, number 9, owned by Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald, and Leonard Doyle. Jeff does the training, driven by Brady Sweet. 3 minutes to post time. You're watching Race Day live from Charlottetown, PEI. Coming up next is a message from Dr. Mitch Downey and 1-800.
It was a pairing of world champions, legendary Sire of Sires, Some Beach Somewhere, and millionairess Economy Terror. Now their fastest son is standing in the Maritimes. 1-800. Some Beach Somewhere set 4 world records and Sire champions. Economy Terror out-earned Sweet Lou at 2, winning the Breeders' Crown and set a world record. Bred only to world champions and Dan Patch winners, she's produced 7 $100,000 winners, fetching top price at the Lexington Select Sale. 1-800 paced half miles in 52 and change at 2 and 3 in this lifetime best performance of 1:48. Lightly raced, he now enters stud as his dam's fastest son. New for 2026. 1-800. Call Dr. Mitch Downey to book today.
Okay, we got our latest update here. It's the final round of the All-Star Handicapping Challenge. And Kurt, it's going to go right down to the wire.
Yeah, and you know what? Elroy Shiner, we talked about how great he is on the front end. There's a guy over there in the far right, not too shabby on the front end. He has been holding the lead. Garnet Barnsdale has poked his head in front a few times, but as Vance would say, they're bridle to bridle, toe to toe. And it is getting late. We are the 9th race coming up. Just 4 points separating the top 2 there, with Ken Workington holding that slim lead at 155. Garnet in second, 155. Mel Keith there in third at 115. But it has been a tight one over the last couple cards, Peter.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Like you said, we've got a few more races to go in the live presentation, and we'll give you the final update towards the end of the card. Okay, back out on track here, and we're heading towards the 2 here. Malevolent for Debbie Francis and Roseanne Langell. They co-own. Paul Langell does the training. Paul does the driving. Shout out to Paul on the win and the Governor's Plate. Kurt, great drive and get wings there.
Great drive. Nice, cool from the rail. Pushed out, got to the lead. This guy, his hand does not shake. I remember watching a movie back a few years ago called The Departed. And Leonardo DiCaprio, in one of the scenes, he was talking to, I think, a psychiatrist, and he was saying his hand doesn't shake. Well, Langell's similar. When he's on the track, he just seems so cool in the bike. and he drove Get Wings perfectly that night to a front-end score. They were swarming him in deep stretch. What a finish that was.
4 across, but he got there in the end.
Yeah, and Barrio.
Barrio almost snuck up.
Oh, my gosh. He almost did it again with JMR Speakaway. A fantastic finish there in the Governor's Plate. And here we are with another Langell mount. This one out of his own stable, Malevolent. This guy, 18-time winner lifetime from 30 starts. 7-time winner from 14 starts last year in his sophomore campaign. And so far this year, 2 for 6 in the win column, a little over 7,000 made. I saw an interview he did online with Scott Waddell there with Maritime Harness News, and Langell spoke about Malevolent, and he said that wasn't overly impressed with him a few trips this year. He wasn't quite happy with how he came back as a 4-year-old. So he expects big things from this guy, and I think he'd be pretty pleased with 2 of the last 3 starts. 53 and 3 starts back, and then last time out, you had him picked.
I did.
Yeah, he swooped from the back of the field to get up for the win, and that's something that he typically doesn't do. He's usually on the front end, Peter, but he's shown some versatility as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, Kurt, he was post 6 in Summerside there the other night on a Friday night there, and he was down in class.
Yeah.
And he really flew home. You can see there 28 on the end of it.
Yeah.
I think Paul would be happy with that start.
Yeah, I think so, and showing that versatility in his game. Like last year, as I mentioned, as a 2- and 3-year-old, most of his racing was up near the front end.
Yeah.
Because he was just so good. But it's nice to see that he can do it from off the pace, and that will really help him as he races the age company going forward.
Yeah, for sure. And you're also going to Hunter's Hero here. Now it's Landon Campbell on the rail.
Yeah, this guy's hit the board in 4 consecutive starts. Landon's going to do the driving. His dad's up in Ontario.
At Clinton.
Yeah, going to compete in Clinton tomorrow. So Landon, very capable. I like the way this kid sits in the bike, and he drives a horse really well. So Hunter's Hero on the rail out of his stable. I think he's got a shot at hitting the exactor here. Long odds right now, 34 to 1.
And you're going to round it out with Fast Louie.
Yeah, Fast Louie's another good option here if you're playing the try. He shows a mark in 52 and 3 not too long ago. Closing quarter 27 and 3. Closed in 31 there with that break 2 back. And take a look where he's drawn the last 3 starts. 6, 8, and 8. So he moves back inside here tonight. I think he'll be a major threat in this race. Fast Louie 8 to 5.
Okay, getting set for race number 9 from Red Shores in Charlottetown. Horses swinging in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, Vance Cameron, take it away.
Hunter's Hero, Malevolent, Fast Louie. One Wicked Man, T.H. Boomtown, Better Than Spring. Gigi's Dream, Briggers him back. All about the cash, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, Better Than Spring, Malevolent leaving out at the rail. That's Hunter's Hero. Fast Louie is up between horses as they race round the turn. Following through in 5th, that's All About the Cash. Then in 6th, One Wicked Man. T.H. Boomtown is 7th. 8th is Gigi's Dream, and trailing 9th, Brigus along the backstretch, and they're stepping it out early. Out in front, Malevolent in line to Paul Langell. Fast Louie now 2nd. Better Than Spring went to Plan B. Backed up for a spot 3rd. Appa, check this one out. Boom! Just like that. 26-4. Wow! Big time opener in here. Malevolent put it on the board, and he's gonna put the opening half mile up next. Fast Louie is 2nd, Better Than Spring. Now 3rd, Hunter's Hero 4th. All About the Cash 5th. Back into 6th. One Wicked Man. T.H. Boomtown is 7th. 8th on the outside, Gigi's Dream. And Brigus 9th. 53 and 3. incredible fractions in here. Malevolent, the leader, going to 3/4. Fast Louis second. Better Than Spring third. Fourth on the outside. Hunter's Hero at the rail fifth. All About the Cash. One Wicked Man sixth. T.H. Boomtown is seventh. Eighth, that's Gigi's Dream. Brigus has dropped out of it ninth. The 3/4 up in 1:22 and 2. They're homeward bound now. Malevolent up the rail. Fast Louis on the outside has taken the deep stretch lead. And on the wire next, here's Fast Louis for David Dowling on the line. Second, Malevolent. All About the Cash is third. Check out the trip, folks. 1:51 and 1. Wow!
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 9 from Red Shores in Charlottetown, part of Harness the Hope Day. And we talked about Malevolent and Fast Louis in the pre-race, Kurt. I guess they went fast today.
Yeah, gosh, wow. Langell had the game face on here tonight with Malevolent. He wanted to cut it 26 and 4. Better Than Spring had to go to Plan B for Kenny Murphy as Langell was dead serious on the front end. Half 53 and 3. No brake pedal found in the middle portion of the mile. 122 and 2. Fast Louis had a perfect trip. I talked about this guy in the pre-race. He had drawn poorly in his last 3 starts, 2 8-holes and a 6-hole in his last 3 starts. And tonight he moved back inside, had that dreamy 2-hole ride, chasing hot fractions. He tipped it at the top of the stretch, and he gets the job done here. 151 and 1, and that's a new pacing record. His previous best was 151 and 3 at Woodbine Mohawk Park, and he just beat it here tonight on a half-mile track. Incredible effort from Fast Louis and Dowling. They'll be back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather tonight for Harness the Hope at Red Shores, Charlottetown, we are honored to present this cooler in the loving memory of our wife, mom, family, and friend, Isabel McPhee. Isabel was a familiar and respected face at the racetrack. For many years, she ran the Par Mutual, where she greeted many people with kindness and a welcoming smile. The racetrack wasn't just a place of work, it was also a place she loved and where she came to cheer on her 3 favorite drivers, husband Brian, daughter and son Amber and Brody. She was their biggest cheerleader. Isabel's life, like many others in our harness racing community, was affected by cancer in many ways, as she was always a great supporter of any charity that helped fundraise to find a cure. Harness the Hope was one of her favorite charities, and her family continues to help raise funds for this fantastic cause every year. Tonight, with family and friends by their side in the winner's circle, the McPhee family lovingly remembers Isabel McPhee. And joining them in the winner's circle from the 9th is number 3, Fast Louis. Bay Pacing Gelding 5 by Sweet Lou. Off the Western Ideal Dam, Lori Please. On the Max Webster Stable, Jennifer Doyle and Ryan McLaughlin. Bred by Frederick Hertak. Trainer Jennifer Doyle edges closer to a milestone. And David Dowling's in the driver's seat to give the horse a new pacing record. An incredible, and I mean an incredible mile tonight. 1:51 and 1. Fast Louis in the Isabel McPhee Memorial with the Winner's Circle presentation. Here's the official results now from the ninth race. Hunter's Hero fourth. Malevolent was second. Fast Louie, the race winner. One Wicked Man finished sixth. T.H. Boomtown was seventh. Better Than Spring fifth. Gigi's Dream was eighth. Brigus finished ninth. All About the Cash was third. Fractions went 26 and 4. 53 and 3. 122 and 2. And the mile in 151 and 1. In review, 421, 675, 893. Fast Louie paid $560. Exactor $12. Triactor $161.60. And the superfecta was $42.62.
Okay, working on race number 10. We got to catch our breath after that last one, Kurt. 151 and 1 for Fast Louie. What a trip that was in the ninth.
Yeah, unbelievable. I didn't think Paul Langell would be firing his horse up like he did, but I think once he got him fired up, he couldn't get him back, couldn't rate him as well as he probably wanted to. But Fast Louie, off the Garden Journey, it's one thing to get that kind of two-hole ride, but then to pounce off his back and get up for the win. Incredible.
Yeah, and Jen Doyle, another win. So she's now at 498, 2 away from 500 on the career win total on the training side. So want to talk about the Ultimate Guest Experience. This is a great deal. Join us Thursdays in the top of the park. For the Ultimate Guest Experience, the offer includes an all-you-can-eat buffet, race program, $10 casino free play, and a $5 wagering voucher. One great package for one gate price. $34.95 plus tax. You can get more information at Redshores.ca as we roll in the picks here for race number 10. And you're heading towards the 8 in here, or are you going to the 1? I'm not sure about this one.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 8 in here. Okay. Woodmere Mahomes, the 1, Pownell Bay Andrew, and the 5, Saltwater Captain. Mel Keith also likes the 8-1-2. Garnet and Ken, not much going to change.
Battling down to the end
here. And not much going to change as they are identical in the exactor, 1-8.
Yes.
Garnet going with the 6 for third. Ken going with the 5 for third. I do have a question, though. Do you think Garnet will still come to Old Home Week if Ken Workington wins it?
I think he will because he wants to come, but it will be hard when he walks in and sees him.
It'll be very difficult because Ken is not a...
No, he'll have a million memes before he gets here.
Yes, he will be boasting about this victory if he's able to close it out.
We'll see how it goes. Here we got 4 races to go, and we'll see who wins it here.
Now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight valued at $1,500. The winning number will be Y. 3474514. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $1,500. Y. 3474514. Good luck. The 10th race is the Oliver and Sarah Polton Memorial. Number 1 is Pownell Bay Andrew. Owned by Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee driving. Crunch Walk number 2, now owned by Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. Dirt Track 83 is owned by 5 Guys, Horses, and Lies of Stratford, trained by Jamie Smith, Corey McPherson. 4 Real Fancy Pants, owned by Donald McCrae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. Saltwater Captain 5, owned by Joanne McCrae, David Myers, Gwyneth McGurk, and Rick Adams, trained by David Myers, driven by Paul Langell. Streak Antonio, number 6, owned by Raymond Primo, trained by Ron Matheson, Brady Sweet, Catch Drives. 7 is Woodmere Styles, owned by Red Oak Stables of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith, tonight Kenny Murphy. Number 8 is Woodmere Mahomes, owned by Daniel Ross of Vernon Bridge. Gilles Barrio trains and drives. Crowd Control wears number 9, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, Adam Murners in the sulky. Down to your final call for wagering here on the 10th race as our post-time clock has expired. It's your final call to make your 10th race selections. The Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial is scheduled for Saturday, August 1st, right here at Red Shores, Charlottetown.
Yeah, it's that next Saturday, Vance. Looking forward to that as well. The McDonald family will be here, and it will be the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial next Saturday here at Red Shores. And Kurt, we also want to mention, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but the PEI Standardbred Breeders Symposium is coming up here on Monday, July the 27th. It's at the Farm Center, and the doors open at 6:30, and it starts at 7. We got some good guests.
Yeah, Pat Woods from Winback. We got Jesse Belor from Princeton Farms, and we got Dr. Martha Mellish from the AVC. They're the featured guest speakers, and Pat Woods and Jesse Belor, they're going to offer their services on the road. They're going to go around to farms. I seen a post the other day that breeders that are looking for more information on how to make their breeding program a little better, Jesse Belor and Pat Woods are offering up to go out to their farm and help them out. So it's great. Great from
offer.
The PEI Standardbred Breeders Association.
Yeah, and again, just a reminder, the symposium is Monday, July 27th. So this coming Monday.
Yep.
Starts at
7:00.
6:30. Yep, 6:30. The doors open. Starts at 7, and it's at the Farm Center. Okay, working on the 10th here, and we're going to go to the rail here. Pondle Bay, Andrew, Ian Smith. He's owned a lot of great horses, Kurt, through the years. Tom Weatherby, the trainer. Brody McPhee being the bike on the 2-year-old colt by Artspeak.
Yeah, he's won 2 in a row, 57-4, and then last time out 58-3. Rail Control going up against some older horses, so they give the 2-year-old the rail here tonight out of the Tom Weatherby stable. So he is 3 for 3 in the top 2, but he's up against it here tonight, going against some older horses, but he definitely has a real good shot to get the win. Closed in 29 flat in his latest. Brody McPhee in the seat for Weatherby, 7-2.
And here is the 2. It's Crunch Walk here for Jen Doyle, who we said is just 2 away from a career milestone. And David Dowling's going to do the driving, and David's looking to double up here.
Shipping in from Saratoga, shows some good trips, 58-2, 57, 56-4. Made a break after the start in his latest. So ships into the powerful Jen Doyle stable, as you mentioned, just 2 away from 500. And Dowling, fresh off that victory in 51-1 with Fast Louie. We'll see if there's any heat left in those gloves. And we'll see how he does here from post 2 with Crunch Walk. Good value play here at 5-1.
Yeah, and we'll go to the outside here. Woodmere Mahomes now for Danny Ross of Vernon Bridge. Joe Barrio is the trainer and the driver. And Kurt, when you look down the lines, the horse pretty consistent in the top 3.
Yeah, he could just go right down the highway here tonight. He just doesn't have a ton of luck at the draw. Woodmere Mahomes drew post 6 last time out, good third. Post 4 the week before, good third. He's been hitting the board in his last 4, 2 seconds and 2/3, closed in 27 and 3 in his latest. Talented son of Tobago K's. Good looking horse on the track, but he does have that far outside post 8, but the Maritime Magic Man, he could sprinkle a little magic and get this guy placed up near the front early in this one, and he will be very tough to beat.
And a reminder, the annual Harness to Hope PEI online auction is coming soon. Please follow their social media for updates. An amazing array of auction items will be available, and all proceeds support Islanders facing cancer diagnosis.
Metro Home Building Center's starting gate in motion here for tonight's 10th race. My grandparents' memorial race, Oliver and Sarah Polton Memorial. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Funnel Bay Andrew, Crunch Walk, Dirt Track Eddie, Real Fancy Pants, Saltwater Captain, Streak Antonio, Woodmere Styles, and Woodmere Mahomes. In back, Crowd Control, top of the stretch. Ready for a start. Rough and pacing, Dirt Track Eddie leaving out, and he's got a host going with him towards the rail. Funnel Bay Andrew to their outside. Streak Antonio leaves out. Following through towards the rail, Crown Control between horses. Saltwater Captain 5th. Out there 3 wide, Woodmere Mahomes 6th. 7th in the early going is Crunch Walk. Then racing from 8th is a Woodmere Styles, and the trailer in 9th, Real Fancy Pants up front. That's Streak Antonio who made the lead, and that lead is short-lived. Brody McPhee right-lining Funnel Bay Andrew, sending him back to the point off at 29 and a 1/4. Funnel Bay Andrew by 2. Second is Streak Antonio. Dirt Track Eddie coming out of the turn 3rd. Saltwater Captain in 4th. Woodmere Mahomes 5th. Then in 6th, it's Crowd Control. Moving on the outside, 7th, Crunch Walk is underway. In 8th is Woodmere Styles, and the trailer 9th, Real Fancy Pants. At the midway point, Funnel Bay Andrew gets the field halfway home in 58 and a 1. Racing from second is Streak Antonio. Woodmere Mahomes is first up and moving 3rd. Following the cover in the outside, 4th is Crunch Walk. On the rail, 5th. That is Dirt Track Eddie. Moving up 6th from the outside. That's Woodmere Styles. Now in 7th, Saltwater Captain. Back to 8 is Crowd Control. And a Real Fancy Pants 9th. By the 3/4, and we have a new leader. Woodmere Mahomes takes over late for Barrio. Up from second on the outside is Crunch Walk. At the rail, Funnel Bay Andrew 3rd. The 3/4 in 1:28 and 1, and they're homeward bound, led by Woodmere Mahomes. Crunch Walk moved into 2nd. Woodmere Styles on the far outside 3rd. It's Woodmere Mahomes and a motionless Gil Barrio on the line. 2nd was Crunch Walk, and there will be a show photo. Time for this mile in 1:56 and 2.
Okay, here's the slow-mo 4, race number 10 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. We talked about him being on the outside here. Woodmere Mahomes, he was out wide early, Kurt. Joe moved him into post or into the 5-hole, but once he moved, it was brush and crush.
Gosh, a horrible trip for this guy early in this one. 5 wide going around that first turn, 3 wide for a little bit coming out of the first turn, and then he finally ducked in for a little bit going up to the quarter, 29-1, and out he comes again. First up, and as you mentioned, Peter, brush and crush here in this one. 58-1, and his back half was 58-1. 128 and 1 of the 3 quarters. Closed it out in 28-1. This guy was tons the best in here. The 2 gets the deuce, and it looks like the 7 on the outside rounds out this top 3. So Woodmere, Mahomes, and Perio, they win the Oliver and Sarah Polton Memorial, and they'll be back in that Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
The family of Oliver and Sarah Polton are proud to support Harness the Hope again for 2026. Oliver and Sarah's family have been deeply entrenched in harness racing on PEI for generations. Like many families, cancer held a tight grip on our family. It is this reason why the Polton family is deeply honored to support this important event here at Red Shores. The Polton family would like to wish everyone a great night of racing and laughter, and would like to thank all of the volunteers and sponsors who have made this event a success. Here comes Woodmere Mahomes to the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from the 10th race by pacing gelding 3 by Tobago Case off the Yankee Cruiser Dam. Spiffy Miss, owned by Daniel Ross of Vernon Bridge, bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield, trained and driven to victory by Gil Barrio, and the colt pacing to a new race win record tonight of 156-2. Woodmere Mahomes on Harness the Hope night, and at the Winner's Circle, the Oliver and Sarah Polton Memorial Winner's Circle presentation. Now the official results from the 10th race: Funnel Bay Andrew 5th, Crunch Walk was 2nd, Dirt Track Eddie 7th, Real Fancy Pants was 8th, Saltwater Captain finished 6th, Streak Antonio 3rd, Woodmere Styles was 4th, Woodmere Mahomes the race winner, Crowd Control was 9th, fractions of 29-1, 58-1, 128-1, and the mile in 156-2. In review, 527, 863, 419. Woodmere Mahomes paid $370. The exactor 1740, triactor 145.70, and the superfactor was 210.27.
And just a reminder, it's the last call to purchase tickets on the Blackstone Barbecue Package. The winner will be announced after race number 11. So last chance to get your tickets on the Blackstone Barbecue Package. Winner will be announced after race number 11. Okay, Red Shores excited to offer the Pick 4 as part of the 2026 wagering menu. It's offered in the last 4 races of every card, and Charlottetown and Summerside features the $1,000 guaranteed pool and the low 15% takeout as we slide in the picks for race number 11 tonight. Melkeith, 9-3-4. Garnet Barnsdale, 4-8-2. Ken going to the 9 as well, 9-2-3. And Kurt, you like the 4 here with the 3 and the 1. So Kurt going with Navalny on top here, and Brady Sweet's having a nice day.
A very nice day. Navalny has that great front end speed. They were winner on the front end with Elroy Shiner earlier on in the card there, and so I think Navalny can go right down the road. If you're looking for perhaps a key in your late pick 4, Peter, I could take a swing at Navalny and key him because he just loves the front end, and I think he'll be able to get there. Freight Air has some great early speed right beside him.
Does.
Jules Dragon also has some good early speed, but they can't leave with Navalny, I don't think. So I think Brady can get to the front. And
well, Brady's 2 wins today were on the front.
Yes,
so
he knows what he's doing when he gets there. So I think he can go right down the road. Garnett's matching strides with me. He likes the 4 as well.
He does.
But Ken and Mel,
Yeah,
you don't see them matching strides too often.
High praise here.
Yeah, they're both going, and Mel going with a 7-5 shot.
I know, it's a little, she usually likes to be, a little higher than that.
Yeah, usually she's a little longer odds is what she likes, but she's going with the 9 in here. So there's a look at our top picks here in the upcoming 11th.
Tonight's 11th race is the Errol Burgoyne Memorial. Number 1, Katie's Bet, owned by Kyle Wilkie of Sherwood and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford. Kyle does the training, driven by Jason Hughes. Madam Ann, number 2, owned by Linda and David O'Brien of Charlottetown. David trains and drives. Freight Air 3, owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River, trained by Neil Bambrick. Brody McPhee up. For Navalny, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated of Elmsdale, trained by Jeff Holmes. Brady Sweet drives. 5 is Jules Dragon, owned by Landon Campbell of Orwell and Sage McDonald of Stratford. Landon trains and drives. Number 6, Pictonian I Am, owned by Kenny Murphy of Harrington and Mark Galan of Summerside, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy driving. No Mo Fear, number 7, owned by Paul Doyle and Darla J. of Charlottetown. Paul does the training, driven by Adam Murner. Rose Run X-Con, number 8, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes. Gilles Barrio. 9 is High Praise, owned by Ian McKinnon of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling drives. Only 2 minutes to post time. The $100,000 Gold Cup and Saucer is Saturday, August 22nd, and proudly presented by Atlantic Lottery.
PEI is a special place with a special race. The Gold Cup and Saucer, the greatest show in harness racing. This year, we celebrate the 67th edition of Canada's most prestigious race on a half-mile track.
Flick, ball, breeze, cup and saucer, 52. Little black fucking Paul McKenzie win the gold cup and saucer. Escape the news in cup and saucer, 54.
Join us this August on Prince Edward Island for the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Okay, working on the 11th here, and Kurt's top choice here in Navalny, dropping down a little bit too here tonight. Kurt did it before wins last year, 54-2, and again was at the 2051 level, so down to the 1651s with an aggressive driver here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And like he was so good back at that 1251. That's what I was looking at there. He had post 3, got to the front, was able to hold on for the victory in 54 flat, 28-3. And he's just lightly raced so far this year. This is just his 8th start of the campaign, and so he's bumped up to the 2051 class in his last 3 starts and fared out quite well, although that 1-2 back, he'd like to forget about that one where he was parked the entire mile. But the trips on both sides of that mile were pretty good. 3rd and 54-2, and then his latest he shot to the front and got a good 2-hole ride and finished 4th in 54, racing against some pretty nice horses like Malevolent was a winner in Summerside in that race from off the pace. This guy had the 2-hole ride in that race, and so we just watched what Malevolent did a few races ago there, setting up the fractions for that 51 and 1 mile. So I think Navalny does have an excellent shot here, and he's getting short price right now. All the attention on him at even money.
Okay, and here is the 3 Freight Air for Alec McPhee of Clyde River. Neil Bambrick trains. Brody McPhee is the driver here. And Kurt, this guy, when he's usually on the inside, he likes to leave as well.
Yeah, I think Brody McPhee will be going right with Navalny off the gate and try and get that 2-hole ride. Metaman and Katie's Bet, not overly big levers, especially early. They can run the last turn and keep working and get to the front up near the quarter. But off the gate, they don't really got that quick turn of foot. And so I think the 4 and 3 will be just shooting straight out off the gate, crossing over to the lead. And I think this guy will gladly take that 2-hole ride behind Navalny. So that's the way I see it setting up in this 11th race. I'm at 4-3 in the exactor, 10-1 on him.
And you're going to round it out with Katie's Bet here for Kyle Wilkie. Shelley Wilkie, they co-own. Kyle trains. Jason Hughes is in the bike here on the rail at 12-1.
Yeah, and he's got that Tony Morgan spreader on there. You can see it that wraps around underneath that right front leg. So that means he interferes a little bit. And so going into the first turn from the rail, he's not going to be overly a big factor going into that first turn. But I'm just hoping with the rail he can get away in the top 3 or 4. If he can get away like no worse than 4th, maybe 5th, he does have a great closing kick. You can see in his lines 27-3, 3 starts back, and his last 3 trips have been in 55 and change. So if he is a ground saving trip, again, like maybe in the 4-hole, that's the way I'm hoping it sets up for him. I think he can rally to finish 3rd in here. So you're getting 12-1 on Katie's Bet.
And coming up after race number 11 today, we'll have the best dressed horse and driver and trainer. That prize is sponsored by Gavin Stock Farm Inc., so we thank them very much, Gavin Stock Farm Inc. in Tignish. Best dressed race fan, that's sponsored by O'Brien's Social Bar and Kitchen, and the winning driver will draw the winner for the event raffle of the Blackstone barbecue and all the accessories. So that's coming up after race number 11.
Even money still on my top play here, Navalny, and he's got his nose right on that Metro home building center starting gate as a field for the 11th. They're on gate. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
KD's Bet Metamen, Trade Air, Navalny, Jules, Dragon, Pictonian, I Am, No Mo Fear, Rose Run, XCon. That's the Frontier. In back the trailer, High Praise. It's the Errol Burgoyne Memorial 11th race. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Off and pacing, Navalny firing out. Frayed Air and Metaman leaving with him at the rail. KD's Bet. Fourth, coming from the outside. Fifth is Rose Run XCon. Away six is High Praise. Then in seventh, Jules Dragon. Pictonian I Am is eighth, and the trailer ninth. No Mo Fear, 3 wide here in the early going. Showtime at Charlottetown from the outside. Navalny the leader. Metaman taking him on in a good old-fashioned brouhaha here on this Saturday night. Opening quarter went boom, just like that. 27 and 3. Navalny paid the price to lead it for Brady Sweet. Second is Metaman, Freight Air third. Rose Run XCon away fourth. KD's Bet fifth. There goes High Praise underway from sixth. Then seventh is Jules Dragon. Racing from eighth, Pictonian I Am. On the outside, ninth. No Mo Fear. They're halfway home. And they're led by Navalny in 56 and 3. Up from the outside, High Praise coming to call. Third at the rail, Metaman moving up fourth on the outside. KD's Bet on the rail, Freight Air fifth. Rose Run XCon got shoveled to sixth. Jules Dragon seventh. Eighth, Pictonian I Am. On the outside, ninth. No Mo Fear. They arrived at three quarters. Navalny the leader. High Praise is second on the outside. Three quarters, 1:25 and 4. And they're homeward bound. Navalny along the rail. High Praise right alongside. Metaman third. KD's Bet fourth. Deep stretch now on the wire next. Here's High Praise and Dowling to double. Tight for the deuce. Navalny at the inside. Rose Run XCon was flying on the end of it. The trip's in 1:54.3.
Okay, here's the slow-mo 4, race number 11 from Red Shores in Charlottetown this afternoon. Yeah, a little battle early, Kurt. They were swinging early. Navalny gets the front, but grinding up was High Praise in the end.
I underestimated Metaman and David O'Brien's ability to get off the gate. Wow, he had really good gate speed early, and they were 3 wide around that first turn. The 2, 3, and 4 all leaving out. Navalny, they took a bite out of him early, that 3 wide around the first turn. They get up to the front, 27 and 3, 56 and 3 to the half. High Praise and Dowling, they came brushing up on the outside, 125 and 4, and they didn't settle it until the final part of the mile here with the 9. High Praise getting up in the final strides of the mile to get the job done in 1:54 and 3. Closing quarter, 28 and 4. So High Praise and Dowling get it done in the 11th, and Jen Doyle now just 1 win away from 500 wins as a trainer. So High Praise gets it done for Dowling. They'll be back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Errol Burgoyne Memorial Race, sponsored by Sandra and family. Errol Burgoyne passed away in January of 2025 following a 7-month battle with cancer. Errol had a great love for harness racing and especially enjoyed watching Tobin's Brownie race. His passion for the sport remained with him until the very end as he continued tuning in to the races from his hospital bed. Tonight, Errol's wife, Sandra, and their family come together to honor and remember a much-loved husband, father, and grandfather. Errol's stepdaughter, Brittany Watts, is no stranger to the racetrack, and his stepsons, Jeremy and Joel Watts, owners of All-Star Equestrian, continue the family's connection to harness racing by helping keep race presentations and traditions looking their very best. Tonight's memorial race is a fitting tribute to Errol and his enduring love for the sport of harness racing. Now here comes High Praise to the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle, pacing Black Gelding 6 by Fear the Dragon, from a rock and roll dance dam acclamation, owned by Ian McKinnon of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, bred by Frederick Hertek. Trainer Jennifer Doyle doubles up, driver David Dowling doubles, and for trainer Jennifer Doyle, that's 499 career training victories. The next time you see Jen in the winner's circle, it'll be a milestone moment. Here's High Praise in the Errol Burgoyne Memorial with the winner's circle presentation. Now the official results from race 11, Katie's Bet 5th, Meta Man 4th, Freight Air 6th, Navalny was 2nd, Jules Dragon did not finish, Pictonian I Am was 7th, No Mo Fear finished 8th, Rose Run X-Con was 3rd, High Praise was the race winner. The fractions went 27 and 3, 56 and 3, 125 and 4, and the mile in 154 and 3. In review, it's 5-4-6. 2 did not finish 7. 8-3-1. High Praise paid $760. Exactor 1780. Triactor 179.90. And the Superfecta was 45.04.
Okay, working on race number 12 from Charlottetown this afternoon. 3 to go in the live presentation. And Kurt, what a day it's been here for Harness the Hope.
Excellent racing. Great interview that you had with Michelle Hughes there earlier. Yeah, just very inspiring the whole evening.
Yeah, very much so. It's been a great day here and raising money for Harness the Hope. It's the 8th annual here in Charlottetown this afternoon. 3 to go in the live presentation. And we'll roll in the slate here now for the Atlantic Sire Stakes. And thank you to Prince Edward Island Horse Owners Association, title sponsor of the 2026 Atlantic Sire Stakes. You can catch all the action of the 2- and 3-year-old colts and fillies across maritime tracks. And for race dates, updated point standings, and more, visit AtlanticSireStakes.ca as we slide in the picks for the 12th. And Milkeith going to the 8 with the 3 and the 7. Garnet likes the 8 as well. Ken does his 2, but Kurt, no, he says, no, I'm going to the 2 here.
Yeah, I'm just scared of that 8-hole a lot of the time when I'm trying to handicap a race. Just outside on a half-mile track, that's the angle I'm playing. I'm sticking to the inside. These 3 horses on the inside have been rock solid in their last 4 starts, and so I'm going to stick to the inside with 2, 1, 3. Starship Glide, probably one of my favorite horses to watch here at Red Shores. Just the way he races, he's very versatile, and Langell gets along really well with him. And out of the powerful Earl Watts stable, batting 476 as a trainer this year. And so Starship Glide, again, just one of my favorites. He's 3 for 8 on the season, so I think he's got a good shot. And take a look at those odds, Peter.
I do like it. 6 to 1 here. Yeah, 6 to 1 on Starship Glide. You can see the horses exiting the paddock. They'll be on the track for post parade next.
The 12th race is the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series Grassroots Division. It's the Harness the Hope Pace, and they're on parade. Red Eye to Shanghai 1. Wade Myers and Jack Matheson of Charlottetown share the ownership. Wade does the training, driven by Adam Murner. 2 Starship Glide, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts. Paul Langell drives. 3 is Bet 'em Alive, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin of Charlottetown. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Hamac Exclusive 4 is owned by Leith Wade, Leslie Wade, and Jimmy Gorman, trained by Leslie Wade, driven tonight by David Dowling. 5 is Chromed Up, owned by Mark Deland and Craig Arsenault of Summerside, trained by Chris McKay. Jason Hughes catch drives. Number 6, the Tulsa King, owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond. Mike Dix from Wambam, Alberta, trained by Mike McGuigan. The drive goes to Joe Barriall. Income Approach, number 7, owned and trained by Rachel McDonald from Black Point, Nova Scotia. Ryan DeRoche drives. DJ Mustang, number 8, owned by Saul Lanigan, Shane Essen, Peter Lanigan, and Brady Doyle. Trained by Saul Lanigan, driven by Kenny Murphy. Number 9 is Evil Vintage, Corey McPherson, training and driving for owner Sandra Stead of Montague. Only 2 minutes wagering time on race number 12. 2 minutes to post time. Red Shores is the title sponsor of the 2026 PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series. For more information on the Graduate Series, visit Red Shores Racing page and click on Horse Persons Info tab.
Okay, we land on the 2 here. Starship Glide, Windermere Farms. They are the owners here, along with Claude Poirier, and who is the breeder. And Earl Watts trains. Paul Angel does the driving. Like you said, it's a good combo, Kurt, Starship Glide and Paul Angel.
I'm well aware of the 6 and 8 here, Peter. I'm well aware. Just so you know, I want a little disclaimer here before I talk about my picks. I'm well aware of the Tulsa King and DJ Mustang in this race, but I'm still sticking with the inside 3. Just looking for value in this race. And again, just because I'm such a fan of this guy and the way he races. Starship Glide, a winner in 54 and 2. 2 starts back right on the front end. He had a good runner-up finish, 3 back, 53 and 3, and he raced pretty good last time out, 54 and 2 in Charlottetown. So I'm going to take a shot at him here from post 2. Just playing a hunch here, Peter, in this one.
Yeah, I like it.
At 6-1, going out in a limb.
I like it. Again, if he does cash here, you're going to look smart if he gets the job done. All right, you're to the rail here for your second choice, and this guy's been rolling along this year. Red Eye to Shanghai here. Wade Myers trains, Adam Murner does the job. But Kurt, look at the last 3; they've been excellent.
Yeah, and the brother to this one, we watched a win earlier, Shanghai Whiskey, and so Red Eye to Shanghai looking to follow in his brother's footsteps here with a win. He has 2 wins and a second in his last 3, 54 and 4 right from the rail. This guy, friends with the draw. This is his 4th start in a row with the rail. He hit that break last time out. Still finished second, 55 and 2. And he had that good win on the front, 55 and 1. 2 starts back, 28 and 1 closer. Gets along well with Murner. They got the rail, as I mentioned again tonight. So I'm going to take a shot at them in here at 6-1.
Another horse that's been razor sharp of late. You go down the lines here and bet him alive for Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin. They co-own Jacob Sweet trains and does the driving. Jacob's getting along really well with this guy, Kurt. 3 of the last 4 have been wins.
Yeah, 3 wins and a second in his last 4 starts, and I've been overlooking him in his last couple starts in Summerside, and he's just continued to prove me wrong. 54 and 2, 2 starts back, and then last time out, right on the front end again. Take a look at that closing quarter. 27 and 4. 54 and 4 was the mile. So a big trip from him in his last couple starts. And so with this inside draw, I'll take another swing at him here to be a part of this ticket. Going against the chalk here, Peter. The Tulsa King coming in off that Governor's Plate trip.
Yeah.
I'm leaving him out.
2-1-3 for Kurt here. This is a grand slam, folks, if this comes in.
Yeah, I'm holding a grudge on the Tulsa King. I had him picked to win in his first start back here in PEI, and he ended up 5th. But then he's been unbelievable in his last 4 starts. So he is the favorite. 3-4 on the board on the Tulsa King as the field for the 12th lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return for the call to Vance Cameron.
Red Eye to Shanghai, Starship Glide, Bet 'em Alive. Halmac exclusive, chromed up. The Tulsa King, Income Approach, DJ Mustang, Evil Vintage Trails, top of the stretch. Here they come. It's the Harness, the Hope, Pace, post time. Rough and pacing, Bet 'em Alive, Starship Glide to their outside, Hamac exclusive third to the turn. Away fourth is Red Eye to Shanghai, moving up fifth on the outside, the Tulsa King. Following through in sixth, that's Evil Vintage. Now DJ Mustang is seventh. Racing from eighth is Chromed Up, and the trailer is Income Approach. Along the backstretch, and they're going to the quarter, led by Bet 'em Alive, in line to Jacob Sweet. Racing from second is Starship Glide. Hamac exclusive is third at the rail. That's the Tulsa King. He's now 4:27.4. Open this one up, and that's Bet 'em Alive on the engine. Two-hole ride to Starship Glide. There goes the Tulsa King from the outside third. Hamac exclusive at the rail fourth. Red Eye to Shanghai fifth. Moving up on the outside sixth is DJ Mustang. Then in seventh, along the rail, that is Evil Vintage. Moving up eighth, Income Approach, and now trailing. Chromed Up is ninth, 56.4, opening half mile down to 3/8 to go. Bet 'em Alive, the leader. Now on the outside, the Tulsa King is second. In the pocket, Starship Glide third. Moving up fourth from the outside is DJ Mustang. Hamac exclusive, riding the rail and nowhere to go fifth. From the outside in sixth, as they go by 3/4 in 1:25.3. Bet 'em Alive is still there with an eighth of a mile to go. Starship Glide off a textbook. 2-hole ride awaiting. Down the stretch they come. Bet 'em Alive at the rail. On the outside, Starship Glide has him collared. Up the inside, Hamac exclusive. That's Starship Glide in the graduate for Paul Angel. Up for the deuce was Hamac exclusive. Bet 'em Alive held third. They stopped the clock in 1:53.3.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 12 from Red Shores in Charlottetown, and kudos to Kurt Hughes. He was right on it today with Starship Glide here for Paul Angel. He got the perfect garden trip today.
Yeah, I thought the inside horses would be leaving out, especially Bet 'em Alive want to cut it, and I thought they might make the Tulsa King uncomfortable in here, and they really did. Barrio had to put him in a hole, and he didn't really want to go in the hole, and then he came first up, and it's just not the type of trip he likes. He's been really good on the front end, but tonight he had to race a little differently, and so that didn't work out for him. But Starship Glide, I thought he'd get a nice perhaps 2-hole or 3-hole ride, and he has that great closing ability. Bet 'em Alive with the early fractions, 27-4, 56-4, 125-3 off that garden journey. I really loved my decision at the top of the stretch as Starship Glide and Langell move out, and they go right on by in deep stretch. Nice mile too, 153.3, lowers his personal best by a full second. So he gets it done here in race 12, and we'll see him back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Ladies and gentlemen, race 12 tonight is the Harness the Hope PEI Pace. The Duxton family's connection to Prince Edward Island began 8 years ago, and since then, Harness the Hope PEI has grown into a successful and much-loved annual event here at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Harness the Hope PEI would not be what it is without the leadership, guidance, and dedication of this remarkable family of cancer survivors. On behalf of the entire Harness the Hope PEI team, thank you to the Duxton family for 8 years of friendship, support, and commitment to making a difference for islanders facing cancer. Starship Glide has arrived at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle. Bay Pacing gelding 6 by Control the Moment off the American Ideal Dam American Chocolate. Owned by Windermere Farms of Springville. Bred by Claude Poirier. Trained by Earl Watts and driven to victory by Paul Langell. The horse gets his 20th lifetime victory tonight and pacing to a new race win record of 153.3. Starship Glide in the Harness the Hope Pace at Charlottetown with the Winner's Circle presentation. Now, the official results from the 12th race: Red Eye to Shanghai, 5th. Starship Glide, the race winner. Bet 'em Alive, 3rd. Hamac Exclusive was 2nd. Chromed Up finished 8th. The Tulsa King was 7th. Income Approach finished 6th. DJ Mustang was 4th. Evil Vintage, 9th. They went 27 and 4, 56 and 4, 125 and 3, and the mile in 153 and 3. In review, 513 287 649. Starship Glide paid $760 to win. Exactor $37.90. Triactor $135.50. And the Silver Factor was $276.36. Ladies and gentlemen, the excitement of tonight's racing program does not end with the 14th race tonight. We have the mini horses for the future stars of racing, and they're going to race after the 14th right here at Red Shores, Charlottetown. We have a couple of the minis, and then we have the unicorn race sponsored by Cooper Service Center. So stick around with us. After the 14th, we'll see the future stars with their mini horses and the popular unicorn race.
That's right, fans. Just want to follow up on that. Yes, that'll be coming up after the live program, so after race 14. And the minis will be captured as well, videotaped, and uploaded to the UMI YouTube channel. So if you're watching online, again, you will not see it live, but the mini races will be uploaded, and you can watch them on the Universum Media YouTube channel. So join us at Red's Restaurant on the casino floor of Red Shores, Charlottetown. Red's is open daily, features an Italian-themed menu, live entertainment, meal and deal Fridays, a huge 14-foot screen to watch live harness racing and sporting events. And for more details on Red's and how to become a Rewards Club member, you can visit Redshores.ca. And this is going to be a dandy, Kurt, here coming up in the 13th. It is the feature today, and boy, we're going in a lot of different directions here, and we'll start with you on this one. You're going to Mapple's Lion off the big win in Summerside.
Yeah, that trip in the consolation was incredible. 52-2 from off the pace for Ryan Campbell. I just think this horse is such an high speed. He's got a ton of talent, a ton of back class, mark of 49-2 lifetime. Yeah, I just think he is, off that trip, the one to beat. I also like Ammo in there. And I'm going to go with JMR Speakaway because I did not see that guy doing what he did in the Governor's Plate final. That was not on my bingo card, as they say.
Yeah, it's something because just reviewing it before we went into the race, Barrio has 6 Governor's Plates.
Yep.
So he's the most of any driver.
Yep.
It just seems in that race,
Yep.
I mean, Jill works out trips all the time, but
Yep.
in that race,
Yep.
Jill can get the horse in the right place, and
Yeah.
he almost stole it at the end.
He almost stole it at the end,
yeah.
and it typically he's usually going into it with like a favorite or something. But this guy was 27-1 going into the final, and so no one really expected him to do well. And Barrio, like he does on so many so many occasions, just finds the trip.
Unreal.
He's always in the right place,
Oh,
the right
my
time, in the big races. You know what I mean? He's just.
Yep.
He's just one of those drivers has a knack to put their horse in position in those big money races, and so that horse,
Unreal, just like
another 5 feet to go. I
he
think
wins
he's
it.
the win.
Yeah, I think
he's
he
a winner.
does.
Yeah.
The momentum's on his side,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
But a great race and a great finish. Anybody could have won it. And it leads into this, Kurt, and tonight it's going to be a dandy. Mel Keith, look at her going to the 7 here.
Yeah, she likes the 7. JMR Speak. Dowling gets to drive on him tonight, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets along. Garnet Burnsdale, Ken Workington, they're matching strides again. These two guys.
We got to get an update. We'll get an update from the control
room.
We'll
see what the points are at, but nothing's going to change here because they got the same horse on top. So, 238 for Garnet, and 236 for Ken Workington. Who do you like in here, Peter?
I actually went to the 2 as well. I went to Ammo with Mapple's Line, and I put B2B in for 3rd because I like the fact that he's going to be on the inside here. Jason's having a nice day with a couple of wins. And I just want to remind folks as well, Kurt, a lot of people watching this race, the nomination and declaration date for the Gold Cup and Saucer is Monday, August the 10th. So again, a reminder, nominations, declarations, they close at 3 p.m. Atlantic Standard Time. That's Monday, August the 10th.
And the rumor mill has started on horses that are coming. And so looking forward to a few of the names that we've heard so far, and hopefully we'll see more coming soon. And the horses for the feature, they're coming out on the track. Post Parade is next. And then we got, so we reviewed a couple of our choices. We're going to get Vance Cameron.
Oh, my goodness.
He's been hot lately.
He's been hot. He's been doing well in the picking department.
Super high 5 not too long ago.
He did.
So we're going to get his selections here in this 13th race right after the parade.
Thirteenth race is the PEI Free-for-All Series. Event number 4, the Run Parade B2B. Number 1, owned by Donald McRae and Blair McLaughlin, trained by Ashley Gamester. Jason Hughes drives. Number 2, Ammo, owned by Patrick Moores of Charlottetown and Woodmere Farms of Marshfield, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barrio. 3 is Mapple's Lion, owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point and Carol Campbell from Badek, Nova Scotia, trained by Taylor Doyle, Ryan DeRoche up. Rock Shining Star, number 4, owned by Tommy Collins of Mount Stewart, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet drives. 5 is Twin B Tough Enough, owned by Patrick Morris of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Corey McPherson. Nothing but finesse. Number 6, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Trained by Ellen Stevenson. Mike Downey drives. JMR Speakaway, number 7, owned by Kevin Harvey of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Trained by Darren Crow. Driven tonight by David Dowling. Number 8 is Arbitrage Hanover, owned by Ken Hardy of Bedford, Glenn and Justin Hardy of Middle Sackville, Nova Scotia. Trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy in the sulky. Final call for wagering here in the 13th. And gentlemen, we come back with our selections here in this free-for-all series. And we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. And I got to take you back to last week and the Governor's Plate elimination, guys. Oh, a father was very proud when he seen his daughter Brooke and her husband Taylor in the winner's circle, accepting the Bob Doer along with the Campbells and the Currys. Oh, it was quite a night up in Summerside. Never going to forget that one, guys. But here tonight in the free-for-all series, I went to the 2 ammo. He's going to get burial for the first time around. I'll look for him to be handy on the end of it. I do like Mappo's line. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. He's got a lot of backlash, and he showed it in Summerside, going away winner in the Bob Doer. I'll use him for the deuce. And I'm going outside. I went to the 7 JMR Speakaway, much like you guys were talking about on the desk, like he came from out of the clouds and just a neck away and from the winner's circle. I'll use 8 Arbitrage Hanover for the super factor players, but that outside post, it really hurts. It's 2-3-7-8 from the booth. Gentlemen, your choices.
Yeah, poor Arbitrage Hanover. He can't catch a break at the draw. The 8-hole again for him, unfortunate. But yeah, I'm going to go with Mappo's line. Vance, as you mentioned, Taylor Doyle and the Currys and stuff, and Carol Campbell, they all share ownership on this one, and Taylor Doyle doing the training. Taylor's done a great job with Mappo's line, and he had him so good for that Bob Doer consolation last week in Summerside. That was a big power move he made late in the mile to get up to win by 5 and 52-2. So I think he is the one to beat in here tonight. And wow, does Ryan Darash ever get a power drive here, power catch drive? So I'm going to put him on top. I do like Ammo and Gilles Barrio for second. How can you not like him? 2 trips in 51 and 1 trip in 52. And so I'll put him in there for the deuce. And JMR Speakaway, Peter, we talked about him. He was so good in that Governor's Plate final, getting up there to finish second by a neck, and he won the Exhibition Cup in Churros. So David Dowling, another guy that gets a live mountain here.
Yeah, the great looking field, Kurt. I'm going to Ammo. Barrow, like Vance said, hard to pick Mappo's line for second coming off the trip, but we will call for the deuce. Like all the good things you said about him, I agree fully. Mappo's line for the deuce. And B2B, I'm going with him. There he is. Now he's got the rail here tonight, and I like the fact that he may be covered up a little bit here tonight. So I think he could be hanging around when it's all said and done here. So
yeah, look, he got off to a great start this year, a really good start, a 52 and change. He was a winner earlier in the campaign, and I don't think he loves the hot weather. I think he's more of a cool weather horse. And early in May there, he was so good, and the track record there, he tied it. It was back in September.
Yes, right, last fall.
Yeah, like a couple years ago there when he tied the track record in 50 and 1. That was in September, a real cool evening.
It was.
So I think the cooler weather is what
Helps
he
him
likes.
out.
Yeah, it really helps him. Maybe it's allergies. I'm not quite sure, but he seems to perform better when it's a little cooler. So maybe this evening he might be okay from the rail, but you can never overlook him, Peter.
Well, that's
for a
just
part
it.
of it.
When you leave him off your ticket, then he's usually
right there.
He's usually doing good
and
things.
he was right there in his elimination. Good third by 2 and 53 and 1. So yeah, you can never overlook him. How about if I'm playing the Super, I'll throw him in.
You want to put him in now
for 4? Yeah, why not?
Okay, cover your
you
bases.
talked me into it.
Yeah, okay. Kurt for fourth of B2B. So 3-2-7 for Kurt. I'm a 2-3-1 as we get set for the 13th. And again, thank you for being part of Harness the Hope, PEI's annual summer event. All of this year's proceeds will be directed to both the QEH and PCH Hospital Foundations, Hospice PEI, and Hope Happens Here Wellness Retreat.
Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion for the PEI Free for All Series event number 4. Excellent field, Vance. Up to you for the call.
And they are B2B, Ammo, Mapo's Lion, Rock Shining Star, Twinbee Tough Enough, Nothing But Finesse, JMR Speak Away, Arbitrage Hanover's on the grandstand side. Top of the stretch. Free-for-allers ready for a start. Off and pacing, Ammo fires out. Up the rail, second B2B. Joining them third on the outside. Rock Shining Star, Mapo's Lion will tuck away in fourth. To get away fifth. Along that inside is Twinbee Tough Enough. Nothing But Finesse in sixth. Seventh, JMR Speak Away. And trailing the field, that is Arbitrage Hanover. On the backstretch, Ammo the leader for Gilberto. Second is B2B. Mapo's Lions away third. Dropping in fourth, that's Rock Shining Star. 27 and 1 was the opener. Straight alignment, they go around the turn, arriving at 3-8. Ammo the leader in the two-hole B2B. Mapo's Lion third. Rock Shining Star fourth. Twinbee Tough Enough fifth. There goes JMR Speak Away underway sixth. Seventh, Nothing But Finesse. On the outside, the trailer, Arbitrage Hanover. Halfway home, led by Ammo, 56 and 1 around the paddock turn for time two. They're arriving at 5-8, led by Ammo. Two-hole ride belongs to B2B. Mapo's Lion at the rail third, fourth on the outside. JMR Speak Away at the rail in fifth. Along the backstretch, Rock Shining Star. Arbitrage Hanover sixth. Seventh, along the rail, Twinbee Tough Enough. And on the outside, Nothing But Finesse. 1:24 and 2 3/4 time, and they're in the home stretch now. Ammo the leader. Mapo's Lion on the outside, coming late. They're in deep. Stretch now on the wire, and here is Mapo's Lion and Ammo. Wow! They landed on the wire right together. It's picture time in the free-for-all. 1:51 and 2. Boom! Just like that.
Okay, here's the slow-mo. Bang, bang. Looks like 3 might have reached late
Yep.
and got him there, Kurt. We'll take you through it here. Ammo got front. We thought he cut it here. But Apple's Lion finds some room late, and I think he reaches up to get it.
Barrio and Ammo head their way with them here, 27 and 1, 56 and 1. The fractions they want at 124 and 2. And I said to you off, Mike, I think Barrio's gone on them because Mapo's Lion and Daraj, they were kind of buried in that 3-hole. But when he got open track and Daraj pulled on that right line, did he ever gobble up Racetrack just like he did last week in that Bob Dewar consolation? He stormed home 26 and change. The last quarter of the race was 27 flat. I think he got home in 26 and a bit. Excellent effort from Mapo's Lion as he picks up his 40th career victory here. I think he gets it done for Daraj. We'll wait to see if it's posted yet. Not posted yet. It is now.
Yep. 3, 2, and 1.
They're making me sweat there for a second there, Peter. But yeah, Mapo's Line does get up at 3 to 1 on the board. My top selection gets it done here in the feature, and we'll see them back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Box that triactor, Kurt.
In that win photo, it's 3, Mapo's Lion. Mapo's Lion has arrived at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from tonight's 13th race. Bay Pacing Gelding, the 9-year-old son of Sunshine Beach, is off the Presidential Ball Dam Pacific Playmate. Owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point and Carol Campbell from Nova Scotia. Carol Campbell is the breeder. Trained by Taylor Doyle and driven to victory by Ryan DeRoss. The veteran pacer gets his 40th lifetime victory on Harness the Hope night in Charlottetown. He'll pace his own closing quarter in an amazing 26 and 1 and stops the clock in 1:51 and 2. Mapo's Lion in the free-for-all PEI series at Charlottetown. Now the official results in the 13th, B2B third. Ammo was second. Mapo's Lion, the race winner. Rock Shining Star, 7th. Twin B Tough Enough was 6th. Nothing But Finesse, 8th. JMR Speakaway, 4th. Arbitrage Hanover finished 5th. 27 and 1. 56 and 1. 124 and 2. Mile in 151 and 2. In review, 321 768 45. Mapo's Lion paid $8. Exactor $14.50. Triactor $31.90. Superfecta $15.95.
like to give a happy birthday shout out. Happy birthday to Chantel Langell. This is coming from Melissa McCrae. So happy birthday to you from all of us here at Red Shores. Enjoy your day. And thank you for making us a part of your special day here tonight at Red Shores on Harness the Hope night.
Okay, one more to go here in the live presentation tonight. And Kurt, we have to congratulate Ken Workington tonight. He's already sending memes.
Oh, yes, he is. I already got
He's-
some messages from him. He's very humble.
Oh, my goodness. So he's won it again, the Ulster Handicapping Challenge. We'll put the totals up in just a minute, but
Yeah.
he's clinched because they have the same horse
They have
here.
the same horses
Yeah.
here. So he is the winner for the second year.
Second year in a row. Robert
yeah.
Reed won the first two.
Yeah.
And Ken's won the last two.
Yeah, okay.
So Garnet, he'll arrive on the island, but he's got to look Ken in the eye again.
Hopefully he'll land just in time for the Ken Workington parade.
That's right.
I think we might have to have a parade for him.
He
for
might be
winning
in
it.
the Gold Cup parade.
Maybe he will be waving to everybody with his All-Star handicapping crown.
That's right. Horses on the way next. We'll try to wrap it up with a late super high five.
Fourteenth race. It's a PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series Grassroots. Now on Post Parade, Woodmere Sinatra #1, owned by Jeff and Bob Skinner and Daniel Hiltz of Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle. David Dowling drives. 2 is Big Pond Cash, owned by Matt and David Burke, Ryan and Everett McLeod, trained by Earl Watts, Adam Murner. Rosie's Mighty Mo #3, owned by Heather and Melvin Gamester. Melvin is the trainer. Gilles Barrio drives. Good Omen #4, owned by Roseanne Langell, Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia, Paul Langell, trainer driver. #5, Mark It Up, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. #6 is Majestic Mason, owned by Leslie and Linda Parker of Shubenacadie, Nova Scotia, trained by Leslie Parker, driven by Darren Crowell. Mappo O'Reilly #7, owned by Haley Curry of Rocky Point, trained by Taylor Doyle, Corey McPherson. #8 is Brookdale Layton, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Kenny Murphy drives. Final call for wagering on the 14th. We're back with live racing Tuesday night at Red Shores, Summerside, starting at 6 p.m. Back down to Peter and Kurt as they wrap up Harness the Hope night in Charlottetown.
Great night, Vance. Thank you to everybody involved here tonight, the volunteers, the people on track doing great work, the drivers and the trainers and the grooms, and all the horses look great tonight. And thank you to all the sponsors, the folks at Red Shores, the staff, just everyone, Kurt, the committee for Harness the Hope. A terrific job in 2026.
Yeah, everyone involved did such a great job here tonight, and including even the kids down in the barn area
Yes.
earlier with their lemonade stand. they raised, I think it was around $200.
They did, yes.
That they raised for it too. So thanks again to all the sponsors, everyone involved with planning this night. It's no easy task, and they do a great job. So thanks to everyone. Another successful Harness of Hope.
Yes, excellent. And we'll get a shot of the All-Star handicappers there. I think the control room had the slate up. Here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah, it's over. I mean, we have one race to go, but Garnet can't catch Ken.
No, and we're
'Cause
going
they
to have
have
to
the
listen
same
to him
horse.
for another year. He's the king for another year.
He
Oh,
is.
gosh.
He is. Robert Reed won the first two. And
Yeah.
Ken Workington's won the last two as Kenny clinches. He has 166 going into this race. Garnet at 160 and Mel Keith at 130. We got to thank them.
Yes,
the last 4
absolutely.
weeks.
Absolutely.
They've been trading barbs online.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
They've been trash talking to each other online. And Ken, he's pretty good at that. Eh?
Oh,
He's-
yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
and he was here in June, and he'll be back in August. He's
Yeah.
already sent a notes that he's going to be back for Old Home Week, of
Oh,
course.
yeah,
I
it'd
think
be
it's his
great to have
15th
him.
or 16th in a row
Yeah.
that he's been here. So,
Yeah.
again, thank you to Garnet and Melissa and Ken. Great job over the last month of submitting picks on Saturdays. And Ken Workington pulls it out again in
Absolutely.
2026.
Yeah, no, great to have them along for the month of July. It's been great. It's been a lot of fun tracking along. And, yeah, I can't wait to see Ken when he's back Old Home. It could be great.
For sure. You're heading towards the 2 here. Give us your rundown here of your late Super High Five.
I like Big Pond Cash. He reeled off 2 in a row, and then he hit the board in his next 2. And then last time out, he had an outside post there, post 6. So kind of a tough trip, but still a real good effort, finishing 4th, 56-2, closing quarter 29-1 in this grassroots event here tonight with an inside draw. Myrner in the seat for Earl Watts. I have to think he is the one to beat. I'm going right next door to Rosie's Mighty Mo and Barrio. This guy's hit the board in his last 3. Good closing quarters, Peter, up and down the page. And so you can never leave him out. I like Good Omen for a piece of this as well for Paul Angel. The 7, I'm going to throw the 7 in. Mappo O'Reilly shows some nice trips in 56, 55. And then I'm going to close it out with Brookdale Layton, another one that shows some great closing quarters and doing it from off the pace as well in a few of those events. So I'm going 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. We're matching strides in the try.
Yeah, I do like Big Pond Cash, like you said as well. For Myrner, 3, Rosie Mighty Mo, 4, Good Omen. And I'm going to switch it up a little bit. I'm going to a long shot here with my buddy Darren Crow here, Majestic Mason in for 4th. And I'm going to go to the rail with Mir Sinatra for Dowling. So 2, 3, 4, 6, and 1. Look at that shot from you on my beauty.
Beauty Night of the Moon. And Mel Keith going with Woodmere Sinatra here.
I love it, yes.
Fly Me to the Moon, maybe. A little Fly Me to the Moon. We won't start singing here on the desk, but yeah, that's a great shot from UMI.
Mel's going to go out with a value play. Doesn't matter.
Absolutely. 8-1 on the board.
Yeah.
Tonight could be the night in the finale that she clicks here with a nice value play. You never know. He's coming in off a win in 57-1 from the rail at the bottom level, and so that could give him some confidence. So we could be spreading the news after this one for Mel Keith.
We'll see how it goes here as we get close. Last chance to bet the live tonight in Charlottetown.
PEI Cold Stakes Graduate Series event here for the Grassroots Division. Full field of 8, and they're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, Vance, what a night it's been. Up to you for the call.
Been a super night, but listen, guys, I would pay whatever you had to pay to see you two doing a duo. That's absolutely for sure. Harness the Hope. Night in Charlottetown. What another successful, and I mean a successful event. Congratulations to everyone who helped put it together. Here is the Graduate Series. It's our finale, and it's post time. Up and pacing, Big Pond Cash and Woodmere Sinatra leave out. Mappo's Lion check that Mappo O'Reilly comes from the outside 3rd. To get away 4th, and at the rail, Rosie's Mighty Mo 3 high and marching up early in 5th. That is Brookdale Layton, away 6 on the backstretch, going to the quarter, and up front, Big Pond Cash for Myrner. He's got early company here. Brookdale Layton up and at the leader on the outside, and Layton and Kenny Murphy will take over the lead. Big Pond Cash is 2nd, Woodmere Sinatra 3rd. That's Mappo O'Reilly 4th, 28 Seconds flat, opened it up, and we got movement on the front end. Here comes Big Pond Cash back to the point for Murner. Now in second, Brookdale Layton. Third is Woodmere Sinatra. That's Maple O'Reilly going fourth. Now in fifth, Rosie's Mighty Mo. Sixth is Good Omen. Then mark it up seventh. On the outside, eighth. That is Majestic Mason, 56th. And 3 was the halfway home time. Around the turn they go. And they're led by Big Pond Cash. Woodmere Sinatra now second. Third up the rail, Brookdale Layton. Maple O'Reilly has tipped out from fourth. Now fifth, that's Rosie's Mighty Mo. Good Omen in sixth. Seventh is Market Up, and trailing the field, Majestic Mason. They arrive at 3/4. Big Pond Cash. Woodmere Sinatra has taken over late. 3/4 in 1, 26 and 4, down to an eighth of a mile left to go. Woodmere Sinatra the leader. Big Pond Cash second. Maple O'Reilly third. Rosie's Mighty Mo. Good Omen. Set the camera up. Wow, what a finish to end the night. Good Omen on the grandstand side for Langell on the line. Rosie's Mighty Mo was second, and we'll need a show photo in 1:56 and 2.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 14 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight, Kurt. What a finish. You talk about fanning out. We were saying 5, 6 wide as they fanned out down the lane here, and it's the 4 Good Omen and Langell reaching up to win the finale.
Yeah, out in the 6 wide path, Good Omen and Langell. He is a good closer, but you don't usually see this from him from that far back. I thought Rosie's Mighty Mo might get up for the win with his great closing ability. Langell and Good Omen better than them down the lane as they reach up and time it perfectly, getting the win. 1:56 and 2 is the mile for Langell and Good Omen as they close down Charlottetown with a victory here in the PEI Cold Stakes Graduate Series Grassroots event. What a finish here in the finale. Good Omen wins it at 6-5. Rosie's Mighty Mo in there for the deuce, and then we got a photo, so hold on to all tickets. But no doubt about the winner. It's Good Omen and Langell, and they'll be back in that Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the 14th race tonight, number 1, Woodmere Sinatra, and number 8, Brookdale Layton have finished third in the dead heat. Into the winner's circle from the 14th is number 4, Good Omen. Bay facing gelding, 5 years by better than Cheddar off the Arch Place Dam. Paula's Promise, owned by Roseanne Langell, Ellie Driscoll of Lower Onslow, Nova Scotia. Roseanne Langell is the breeder. Trained and driven to victory by Paul Langell. The mile in 1:56 and 2. Good Omen in the PEI Colt Stakes Graduate Series. Now, the official results in the 14th, Woodmere Sinatra finished third in the dead heat. Big Pond Cash seventh, Rosie's Mighty Mo second. Good Omen, the race winner. Mark It Up was sixth. Majestic Mason finished eighth. Mapo O'Reilly was fifth. Brookdale Layton finished third in the dead heat. The fractions of 28, 56 and 3, 126 and 4, and the mile in 156 and 2. In review, 3 dead heat, 7-2-1, 6-8-5, 3 dead heat. Good Omen paid $4.40. Exactor 1880. Triactor at $59.70, one at $67.80. The Lake Daily Double paid $19.10. That completes a live presentation, and folks, you've hung around. It's going to be the Unicorn Race, sponsored by Cooper Service Center. From left to right, it's Pink Power, Fearless Fighter, Strides of Strength, and Sparkling Hope. And it's post time. Go. And they're off in the Unicorn Race. On the far outside, Sparkling Hope up the rail, Pink Power. Wow, we may have a photo finish here in the Unicorn Race on this Harness the Hope night. It looked like inside, but it could be picture time. I'd like to thank sponsor Cooper Service Center for the Unicorn Race, and thank you to the participants here on Harness the Hope night. And we do have some mini horse race. The first race has Taylor and Ava McPherson. They're driving Olaf. Charlie Fitzpatrick is driving Cowboy. Sadie Pollard driving Missy. And Olivia Seller with Whiskey.